Put your mobile phones on silent mode. I once again repeat, all of you are requested to kindly occupy your chairs and put your mobile phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I request everyone to greet our Chief Guest, Dr. Parvinder Mani, and Secretary MOES, Dr. M. Ravichandran. Now I invite guest of honor, Srimati Shuba Thakur on dais. And Swati Basu ma'am also on dais. Scientific Secretary, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Praveen Maini, former Scientific Secretary, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Swati Basu, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shrimati Shubha Thakur, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Director General of Meteorology, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, Chairperson of Organizing Committee of National Workshop on Weather and Women and Scientist G, IMD, Shrimati Ranju Madan, invited guests from Islamic Republic of Iran, Iran Meteorological Organization, MOES, NCMRWF, IITM, INCOIS, NCCR, CPCB, Academia, media persons, representatives from RMCs and AMCs, retired colleagues of IMD, delegates, scientists and officers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and a very pleasant morning. On behalf of India Meteorological Department, I, Sarita Gupta, extend a very warm welcome to the inaugural session of National Workshop on Weather and Women as a part of sesquicentennial celebrations of India Meteorological Department. Yesterday was a dream, tomorrow is a vision, but a day well lived makes every yesterday a dream of happiness and every tomorrow a vision of hope. Carrying the same vision, the India Meteorological Department is completing its 150 glorious years of its existence on 15th January 2025. Established in 1875, IMD has played a pioneering role in systematic weather and climate observations, forecasting, and reporting of weather phenomena. The workshop will provide an inspiring and enriching experience, bringing together prominent female voices in weather services and thought leaders who have made significant contributions to the empowerment and advancement of women in various sectors. The event will feature an exciting agenda, including keynote speeches and concluding with panel discussions and question answer sessions. It will serve as a valuable platform for exchanging ideas and fostering collaboration. I trust this will be an engaging and memorable experience for each one of you. We will begin the inaugural function by welcoming the dignitaries seated on dais. I am profusely elated to take an opportunity to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Pravinder Mani, the women of distinct vision and a fountainhead of illuminating ideas. I would like to request DGIMT to welcome Dr. Pravinder Mani. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. It's a pleasure to welcome the guest of honor, Dr. Swati Basu. She needs no introduction. She has made all of us proud of her distinguished work in numerous capacities. I request DGIMT to welcome Dr. Basu. We welcome you, ma'am. With equal pleasure, I would like to welcome the guest of honor, Shrimati Shuba Thakur. Her remarkable achievements in various fields have earned her widespread respect and admiration, making all of us proud by her exceptional contributions. I request CGIMT to welcome Shrimati Shuba Thakur. Hearty welcome to you, ma'am. We feel honored to have with us Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. M. Ravichandran. With his vast experience and knowledge, he is an inspiration to all of us. I request, I request DG Auntie to welcome Dr. M. Ravichandran. Warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. M. Mohapatra has been the guiding light who has provided the vision and motivation to all of us in IMD. His contribution has resulted in significant improvement in the services being provided by IMD. The, I request the chairperson of the workshop, Shrimati Ranju Badan, to welcome Dr. Mohapatra. I respectfully welcome you all for gracing this occasion. Before we proceed further, let's begin the program with lighting of ceremonial lamp. May I request Dr. Pravinder Bani and other dignitaries on dais to kindly light the auspicious lamp. Right. आइए चलें अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर, पृथ्वी से आकाश की ओर, पदार्थ से सूक्ष्म की ओर, प्राणी से परमात्मा की ओर. Lamp lighting is supposed to bring in a lot of positivity in the entire atmosphere where it is lit. धन्यवाद मैम एंड सर। मैं माननीय अतिथियों से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। The Saraswati Vandana is a devotional chant to the goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, music, art, speech, wisdom, and learning. It is a tradition in India to invoke goddess Saraswati for initiating an auspicious occasion. Now, I would like to invite my colleague, Shrimati Poonam Singh and team to render the Saraswati Vandana. organization marches ahead with a specific theme and objective. Let us listen to the theme song of IND released on 15th January 2024 on the occasion of 158th year of its establishment. It has made a relentless journey ever since in the service of our great nation and mankind.
मौसम विभाग बंदे मौसम विभाग बंदे हम हर मौसम पढ़ने वाले मानव जीवन के रखवाले वसुधा परिवार हमारा है मौसम विज्ञान सहारा है
पृथ्वी की गतियों का विधान ऋतुओं का शाश्वत संविधान
जलवायु और पर्यावरण के परिवर्तन का ध्यान
से हो सतर्क सब IMD अभियान ये मौसम जल थल नंबर हर गांव नगर पर्वत घाटी जंगल सागर जीते हम संग फिजाओं के लाते संदेश हवाओं के
सहयोगी मित्र किसानों के जनजीवन की मुस्कानों के कर्तव्यनिष्ठ मौसम प्रहरी जन सेवा में आस्था गहरी
करती अध्ययन तूफानों के नव चक्रवात अनुमानों के
जन धन जीवन रहे सुरक्षित मंथन अनुसंधान मानवता के लिए समर्पित मौसम का विज्ञान मानसून संज्ञान वैदिक संस्कृति का नव विहान ऋषि चाणक्य का अर्थ ज्ञान कवि कालिदास के मेघदूत आदित्य प्रभा के अग्रदूत
मौसम उपग्रह का दिग्दर्शन ऋतु चक्र प्रवर्तन विश्लेषण
भारत के स्वर्णिम कल के लिए शुचि मन में दृढ़ संकल्प लिए
साक्षी समृद्ध विरासत के हम गौरव प्यारे भारत के
पूर्व पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण शुभ कर्म योग संधान सीमाओं के पार हमारी करुणा की पहचान सहयोगी गुणगान
Thanks, technical team. We are honored to have Srimati Ranju Madan, Scientist GIND, who has made significant contributions to the advancement and upgradation of the instrumentation being used in IND's observational network. Her work in transitioning from conventional radio zones to GPS-based systems for upper air observations has greatly improved the accuracy and efficiency of the atmospheric data collection. Despite her achievements, she remains humble, always willing to share her expertise and guide others. I feel privileged to invite ma'am to kindly deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to the dignitaries on the dais and to all my friends present in this auditorium or connected with us online. It is with great pride and excitement that I welcome you all to the National Workshop on Weather and Women. This event is made even more special as we celebrate the invaluable contributions of women in atmospheric science. In this country, which is a rich history of deep respect for science and discovery. Through centuries, women have been instrumental in driving the breakthroughs, solving complex challenges, and shaping the future of technology and engineering. From the groundbreaking work of Ada Lovelace to Marie Curie to the present-day pioneers leading advancements in AI, renewable energy, space exploration, and beyond, women continue to propagate the limitless potential of human ingenuity. As we speak about the achievement of women, astronaut Sunita Williams is on board the International Space Station at present, and the WMO is welcoming its first woman Secretary General, Celeste Solo. This is a great example of women at the forefront of scientific advancement. Meteorology as a field has long been a crucial component in shaping the world around us. From forecasting weather patterns to understanding climate change, the work done by meteorologists influences every aspect of our lives. It is a science that touches the very air we breathe, the crops we grow, and the communities we build, from the skies above to the earth below. This conference is not only an opportunity to discuss the role of women in atmospheric science, but also gender considerations in disaster risk management and the influence of weather on gender equality. To emphasize equal access to meteorological science and technology while promoting participation and representation of women in this field. By doing so, we reaffirm the importance of diversity and inclusion in fostering creativity and achieving excellence. Our agenda is packed with inspiring keynote speakers, thought-provoking talks, and panel discussions. These sessions will highlight not only the technical achievements, but also the journeys, challenges, and triumphs of women who have worked in the field and others who are shaping the future of atmospheric science and weather forecasting. Before we jump on, I also wish to honor the legacy of the first woman scientist at IMD, who played a pivotal role in paving the way for us to be here, who established the infrastructural backbone needed for reliable weather observations, making India self-reliant in the field of instrumentation. You must have understood I am talking about the pioneer meteorologist excelling in a very male-dominated area, Miss Annamani. Annamani was born in August 1918 in Kerala. She did her schooling from Trivandrum and Aluva, then completed her BSc from Chennai, and then from 1940 to 45, she was a research scholar in physics under the able guidance of the Nobel laureate Dr. C.V. Raman at IISc Bangalore. Then she went to UK for specializing in the meteorological instrumentation, which was an untouched subject for the female community at that time. She returned back to India in 1948 and joined IMD as the first woman meteorologist. Annamani has set up facilities for manufacturing, calibrating, and standardization of the instruments for the country. Till then, these high precision instruments were only the monopoly of Western countries. That too, the designs were kept very secret. So she had to work from scratch, and she brought India to a level where India became self-reliant in the manufacturing of the instruments. This was a major achievement for IMD and particularly for the country. So then she also developed instruments for measurement of solar radiation, wind energy. Now we are talking about harnessing the wind energy and the solar radiation. It was long back that she started working on that. And her presence was a huge presence at international platforms also. She was chairman of the CMO working group on radiation instruments. She was member of many international commissions. This is a picture from the WMO International Radio Sonde comparison done in 1956 at Switzerland. We see that clad in a sari, she cuts a distinctive figure among the men in suits. I would like to quote some of her statements, which have inspired me also from the day I joined IMD as a meteorologist in the instrumentation. She said, never forget that there can be no synoptic meteorology, no weather forecasting, and no climatology without the measurements. And her another statement was, wrong measurements are worse than no measurements at all. So these are very motivating statements from her, which have helped people of my generation to work and achieve something in the field of instrumentation. I completely agree with her statement that I did not feel I was either penalized or privileged because of being a female. Annamani stands as a beacon of excellence in the realm of weather science. Her contributions made in the field of weather forecasting will continue to help us agree to come. After Miss Annamani, we had some women like Dr. Jayanti, Dr. Shamala, Dr. Surinder Kaur, Dr. Sati Devi, Dr. Kamaljit Ray, who have brought laurels to the department. Dr. Stella is sitting with us today. She is the first female officer to have represented the presence of Indian women scientists in Antarctica. Please give her a big round of applause. Stella, please. Seeing Kiran sitting in the audiences today, I am also reminded of the day when Rupa Jaggi, Rekha Kandwal and Kiran Jaswal were the women officials who volunteered to work in the workshop complex in the IMD, New Delhi, and performed equal to men working there. The best example of empowerment of women in meteorology are Dr. Swati Basu and Dr. Parvinder Maini, sitting on the dais, who have reached to the top position as scientific advisor to the government of India. We are proud of all our women in the meteorology. I encourage each of you to take full advantage of this chance to learn from each other, share your experiences, and engage in meaningful discussions. Let this event serve as a reminder of the importance of supporting and mentoring the next generation of women in this field. Together, we can build an ecosystem where everyone, regardless of gender, has the opportunity to innovate, lead, and thrive. Once again, I welcome you all to this workshop on weather and women. Let us learn, share, and inspire one another. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am. On this special occasion, we have a video message from Professor Celeste Solo, Secretary General of World Meteorological Organization. I would like to share that she is the first woman to occupy the prestigious chair of Secretary General of WMO. I kindly request our technical team to play the video message.
Dear colleagues, it is a great honor to address you on this momentous occasion as the India Meteorological Department celebrates its 150th anniversary and hosts this important conference on weather and women. For 150 years, IMD has been a global leader in tropical meteorology, weather forecasting, and early warning systems, saving lives and building resilience across communities. Your unwavering commitment has not only advanced science, but also enhanced the safety and well-being of millions. This conference is particularly significant because it highlights the essential contributions of women scientists in weather and climate sciences. One of the pioneering female meteorologists was, in fact, Indian. Anna Mani, who was born in 1918, worked her way up to becoming Deputy Director General of IMD and excelling in a very male-dominated profession. Thanks to her leadership, India was in the forefront of using meteorological data, especially for solar radiation and wind, for the studies of alternative energy. Anna Mani was also active in various WMO technical commissions. Clad in her sari, she cut a distinctive figure among all the men in suits. Women have been instrumental in driving innovation, improving service delivery, and ensuring inclusive climate solutions. Yet, as we celebrate their achievements, we must also address the barriers that still exist for many women in science and decision-making. For instance, WMO research shows how deeply gender influences weather, water, and climate vulnerability. During the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, more women than men lost their lives, partly because many women lacked swimming skills and access to early warnings. Similarly, during Cyclone Gorkli in Bangladesh, female casualties outnumbered male casualties by 14-1 due to insufficient information and resources. These examples underscore why gender-responsive approaches to weather and climate services are crucial. IMD continues to empower women scientists who are instrumental in delivering effective early warnings, such as during the recent extreme monsoon rains and flooding in New Delhi, where their forecasts were vital to mitigating impacts. At the World Meteorological Organization, we are dedicated to advancing gender equality in all of our activities. Our updated Gender Action Plan focuses on initiatives such as supporting national meteorological and hydrological services enhance their staff's capacity in addressing unconscious bias, fostering inclusive leadership, integrating gender mainstreaming, and delivering gender-responsive services. Our initiatives, like the Early Warnings for All, support people-centered service delivery, aim to ensure that weather and climate services are accessible to all, regardless of gender. Women are not only disproportionately affected by weather and climate impacts, they are also key agents of change. Women farmers in Senegal, for example, require specialized seasonal forecasts to adapt to rainfall deficits, as they often plant crops later than their male counterparts. Providing such targeted information can be life-changing. Together, we must empower women in hydromet service delivery by addressing barriers, creating opportunities, and ensuring gender-responsive solutions in every aspect of climate science. By doing so, we strengthen our global resilience to the challenges ahead. As the first woman to lead the World Meteorological Organization, I am deeply committed to fostering an environment where women scientists thrive. This is not only a professional mission, it's a personal responsibility. Congratulations once again to IMD on 150 years of remarkable service, and thank you for spotlighting the invaluable contributions of women to weather and climate sciences. I am honored to join you in celebrating this legacy and advancing our shared vision for a sustainable and inclusive future. I thank you.
Thanks to technical team, the global perspective and encouragement received from this message has added immense value to today's workshop. Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra joined India Meteorological Department in 1992 and took over the responsibilities of Director General of Meteorology in August 2019. He has been instrumental in steering IMD to new heights by improving disaster mitigation services, especially during severe weather events such as cyclonic storms. I feel privileged to invite Director General of Meteorology, Dr. M. Mahapatra, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, Saritaji. Namaskar, good morning to all of you. A respected chief guest of this morning, Dr. Pender, my name, madam. Our guest of honor, Dr. Shuba Thakur, madam. Dr. Swati Basu, madam. Our beloved Secretary, Minister of Sciences, Dr. A.M. Ravichandran. My dear colleague, Mrs. Sanju Madan, Dr. Kamaljeet, and dear colleagues from India Meteorological Department, Minister of Earth Sciences, its constituents, and other organizations participating in this first ever conference on weather and women. At the outset, therefore, I congratulate all my colleagues, especially the women colleagues, for making it possible to meet today and celebrate the 150 years of India Meteorological Department and deliberate upon the various issues on women and weather or weather and women. Wow. I just want to mention here that today's program would not even possible without the leadership of Mrs. Ranju Madan. When I thought of that, there should be a special program for the women, I requested her and she completely agreed immediately. So thank you very much, madam, taking up this leadership. And also I thank your team who has tried hard. And I want to say that I have least intervention in this program. It was completely led by Mrs. Ranju Madan. And what you see there, she is completely capable. Without the support of any man, she can do it. And that is the case with every woman present here. You can do it. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. You have got the willpower. You have got the knowledge. You have got the skill. You have got the expertise. Only it has to be explored. It has to be marched forward by yourself. At the same time, the gentlemen should support. They should not create any barrier. We all stay together, work together, live happily, and we can ensure a better society with equal participation of men and women. I also express my deep gratitude to Dr. Ravi Chandran. When I gave this idea, he immediately agreed and inspired all of us to carry out this program involving many others and making it possible to be a successful one today. I express my deep gratitude to Dr. Swati Basu madam and Dr. Parvinder Maini madam, who has been the stalwarts in the field of meteorology, who belong to our family. We have got great connections with Minister of Earth Sciences and India Meteorological Department. I thank you, madam, for making it possible to be present here and blessing all of us with your kind words, the vision, the inspiration with which our young women and men can march forward to have a better society with equal participation of men and women. I also express deep gratitude to Dr. Shuba Thakur madam. We have met earlier, and she is a lady of action. She ensures the work to be carried out in time. She has demonstrated her leadership, and we all are really grateful to you, madam, for your gracious presence here, and we are ready to listen your guidance and inspirations to march forward. On this occasion, I also express my tribute to Dr. Anna Mani, the first lady to join India Meteorological Department, as it has been told by Mrs. Ranju Madan. And she was the eye-opener. She was the leader. She was the inspiring person, not only for ladies, but also the gentlemen. And she has created such a history, as it is told by Professor Saulo, that which has to be followed, which has to be imbibed as a culture by each of us to rise to the occasion and carry out all the responsibilities without any hindrance, without any barrier. I also congratulate Professor Saulo being the first lady Secretary General of World Meteorological Organizations and providing a video speech on this festive occasion. I congratulate all our colleagues working in different sub-offices, small observatories, meteorological centers, airport met offices, regional centers, and headquarters. I have not listened any complaint from any lady telling that I cannot work in this office or that office, in this observatory or that observatory. As all of us know, the work of India Meteorological Department is very vivid in nature. It is also tiresome sometimes. It follows a roster. Sometimes we may have to work late night or late evening. There are certain offices now in South India, especially Bangalore and other offices, where there are the women working in roster. There is complete women wing working in roster, and that is ensured the functionality of India Meteorological Department. I just want to give one example that Bangalore airport, which is located far away from the city, even our ladies prefer to work there. They continue sometimes 24 hours duty to carry out the official responsibilities. So I therefore on this occasion express my deep gratitude to all our lady colleagues who have dedicatedly worked and were working in the past also, who have contributed to the growth of meteorology and growth of India Meteorological Department especially. On this occasion also, I express my deep gratitude to all our stalwarts who have retired and made significant contributions. Names have been taken by Mrs. Ranju Madan, but there are many others also. So I owe the gratitude to everyone who have contributed and who have worked in India Meteorological Department and in our meteorological fraternity. It is sure that there has been a large-scale progress after independence. With the joining of Miss Anamani in 1948, the only woman in India Meteorological Department, now we have got the presence of 15 to 20% of the workforce. Considering all, starting with scientists, scientific assistants, etc., you will find that total workforce is now about 15 to 20% of the total strength. So this is a huge achievement, I will say. And in the recent time, if you just look at, there has been increase in recruitments of the ladies in India Meteorological Department. So I thank, therefore, Secretary Minister of Sciences, all our supporting administration for this success. But if you look at the international arena, the target is that there should be 40% representation of the ladies or women in the workforce of National Meteorological Hydrological Services. Therefore, we have to go a long way. And for this purpose, IMD alone cannot work. It has to be a coordinated approach nationally. How can we improve the gender equality? So for this purpose, from the beginning itself, we have to increase our presence of the girls in the colleges, schools, and also the institutes dealing with the meteorology. That has also happened. If you look at the junior research fellows, senior research fellows, project scientists, and the scientists working in various meteorological organizations, say in NCMRWF, IATM, or other institutes of Ministry of Earth Sciences, and the academic institutes like, say, Andhra University or Indian Institute of Technology or IIITs or universities, there also will find that there is a significant improvement in the strength of the students belonging to women. So there is a, therefore, very bright future where we can expect that our strength will increase and it will reach up to at least the 40% in the recent 5 to 10 years. I am sure about it because if you look at the results declared by CBSE or any boards in the state level, you'll find that the girls outnumber the boys in terms of the scoring high, being placed in the highest 10 positions, etc. So therefore, this gives us the hope that with the increase in women education, our women empowerment also will increase. Now, coming to the subject matter, that is women and weather and environment. So there are two aspects here. One is that women are affected by the adverse weather. The life, the livelihood, both are affected by the woman. And once the health of a woman is affected, the entire family also gets affected, and especially the children. Be their food, be their education, everything gets affected. There are different types of women category. I'll just not go in details, but I'll say in broad, there are 4 types of women in India. One is the below poverty line women in the rural areas or in urban areas. They go to work day and night. They do not find time to provide to the family. They have to earn for the livelihood, not only for themselves, but also for the entire family. They are worst affected by the weather. They are directly exposed by the weather. So they need informations to safeguard their health and safeguard their life and livelihood. The second category, the same category also, whenever there is some disruption because of, say, for example, adverse weather, like the bad air quality, the woman is jobless. At the same time, school is closed. She has to take care of, even if she has got a job, she has to take care of the child. She cannot go to the field today because school is closed because of the bad weather or because of the bad air quality. So by that way, she gets overburdened and she has to take care of the family and herself to be safe from the weather and also to take care of all activities of the family. The second category of women are well-to-do women in the rural areas and urban areas. So they are in the way of making family, etc. They care of entire family. They are cut off from outside. They do not get the information about the weather and climate, be it the observed one or be it the forecast one. So therefore, they cannot take the appropriate actions when there is severe weather or when the weather is affecting their life or livelihood. So there is enough scope there to reach out those women also who can be the source for communicating the information to all the people in the society and also to their own family. Someone told you, give me a good mother, I will give a good family. So therefore, if you can reach out to one woman, you can reach out to 5 persons at least in today's world. And also, you know, there are various women societies, self-help groups have come up in almost every village in the country. So if you can reach out to self-help group or Mission Shakti or anything like that, it can also help to improve their life, livelihood, health, and also they can continue to improve our gross economic products, gross domestic products of the country. There is another third category of women, that is working women, working in the cities or in the towns or in the villages. So they are little bit aware. They are coming across the society and they know all the informations. But sometimes because of the workload, they have to share the time with the family. They have to share the time with the office. So therefore, very hardly they find time to look at what is the weather. Sometimes they ignore. They do not look at. So this is our duty, how to make it possible that every working lady also accesses the weather informations. There are many channels, there are many ways and means which we should adopt so that every woman in the society gets information about the weather for the life and livelihood. And also she can be a torchbearer for the entire society to safeguard. Now, when I consider the individual aspect of the woman health, be it the natural health of day-to-day or be it the reproductive health or be it the child care, everything is affected by the weather and climate. The temperature, the pressure, the wind, the humidity, all the individual parameters affect the woman health, woman life, and the livelihood. At the same time, whenever there is adverse weather, like for example, heat wave, you may think that, okay, all are equal. No, the women are more vulnerable to the heat wave conditions. The study says that more women suffer from mortality and morbidity when there is a heat wave. Similarly, if there is a famine, if there is a scarcity of water, everything will find that as a mother, as a woman, being affectionate, takes care of the family and provides the best food, the best water to them, and she consumes the lower quality or sometimes the less amount of food. So this type of indiscrimination by herself, sometimes of course it is improving nowadays, but still it is there in the society, because Indian society is like that. So that can be taken care with the information being provided to the woman. So therefore here, there is a two-way process. We can take care of every woman's health, every woman's um, life by providing the information. At the same time, women also can play a dominant role in improving our early warning systems, improving our weather forecasting systems, and reaching out to the last mile of the society. And there could be, therefore, a mechanism. One such mechanism we are doing today is being done for the first time. We are meeting, we are discussing, deliberating. I am sure at the end of the day today, we'll come out with the recommendations, which IMD and other organizations can take off to increase the awareness about weather and climate within the women, to increase the application of weather and climate information for the day-to-day activity of women, to safeguard the safety, security of women, and also to ensure a better society for the women with equal participations. I once again congratulate all of you and wish you all the best for today's program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. M. Ravichandran has worked as scientist in IITM, NIOT, INCOIS, NCPOR before assuming the charge of Secretary at Ministry of Earth Sciences. He also contributed to the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research of the International Science Council as Vice President. I feel delighted to invite Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary MOES, to address the audience.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Today's Chief Guest, Dr. Pravinder Maini, Secretary to PSS Office, and Guest of Honor, Dr. Swati Basu. Incidentally, she was a former Secretary to PSS Office, and both are from meteorological community. And another Guest of Honor, Madam Shuba Thakur, and Dr. Mahabatra, DGIMD, and Dr. Ranju Madan. Very good morning. And first and foremost, I thank IMD for organizing this particular workshop. Of course, I thank you all of you for coming and participating in this important event, colleagues and friends. It is good to start this program. It has taken almost 150 years to conduct such a program. It is very bad, but at the same time, at least you have started. One thing I feel it is good you have started, but I feel this women's empowerment is need or the equal opportunity or whatever the things. But at the same time, you should have called more men here rather than women here. I think basically maybe we should call more men here so that we should understand the empowerment or equal opportunity. What maybe we have to start same thing in only for men. We have to do women's empowerment separately. And I think it is very good. I think this workshop, it reminds me this workshop on weather and women. It is almost coincident with one of the WMO program, WWW, World Weather Watch. I think this is a workshop on weather and women. It has to be started not only once in a blue moon. I think we need to make this as at this annual event, and we need to do with both the various institutions and various other ministries of Ministry of Earth Sciences. And also, if you talk about globally, as of now, the women or girls and women power in STEM, especially science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, it is only about, as of now, it is about 28%. But in India, it is much less. But in meteorology, much, much less. I think we need to, not only meteorology, in earth science is much, much less. I think it is imperative that we all collectively, we need to do much more work in bringing EDI. EDI means equality, inclusion, maybe diversity and inclusion. We need to involve so that we have the diversity, opinion, knowledge, and other things are required in order to improve our science, not only particularly meteorology or earth science, but also in overall. I think EDI, that means equality, diversity, and inclusion, is very important so that the wide variety of knowledge and various resources and diversity of knowledge comes into picture for the improvement, so that we can have a diverse perspective to make a better science for tomorrow. I remember in maybe 10 years back, American Meteorological Society has conducted similar program wherein they were talking about one of the first meteorologists in 1948, first PhD in meteorology. I think her name is Johann, Johann Simpson, I think. She has done in 1948, it's the first meteorologist. I think on her memory, there are many things they have done. Similarly, we are talking about today our famous scientist, I think Annamani. I think Annamani's contribution is very, very important to the meteorology. I feel proud when she was standing alone. Many of the people in the meteorological radio sound calibration meeting at Geneva. I think she is alone standing in front of all other men with the radio sound developed by herself in India. I think she started Atmanirbhar Bharat very long back. Now we are talking about. And afterwards we have forgotten. I think the important contribution what she has done is basically it is not only solar radiation, but also in ozone sonde and ozone. I think in 1983 onwards, in Indian Antarctic Station, the ozone sonde is launched because of her contributions. And because of her contribution, the observation in Antarctica, some of her contribution, some of her observation, the Nobel laureate, or who got the Nobel Prize in ozone related aspect, I think he remembered herself when he got that award. I think her contribution is very, very important. And also, when you talk about, I think there is one book is there written in somebody, I don't remember who has written, there is a cool woman who weathers storms. I think it is written for girl students for 9 to 12 years, showcasing various women in meteorology or various aspects in the world over. I think it is very good books. We need to teach our young students, especially our school children and other people, to motivate and bring more young girls to participate in meteorological aspect, because this is the one subject when we are talking about STEM where we can use both physics and mathematics to apply. The meteorology is one of the very important subjects. So we need to bring that pool to our subject. And also the meteorology, when you are talking about, this is the only place any type of graduates can work. You start from physics, chemistry, maths, engineering, all the aspects. It is a multidisciplinary subject. So we can bring multidisciplinary people of young girl students and other things to participate in our area. I think it is important that we need to make more and more people to join in our area. Of course, today you can discuss various aspects. Maybe I look forward many of the recommendations from all of you. Some of the important recommendations you have to bring it. And from my part is one of the recommendation is it should be an annual event. And number two is one of the important things on this is basically 150th year of IMD. So I announce one important things, it's a minor things. It is basically every year we will announce at least 5 research fellowship for women from the ministry from today. We can start. So that this is only exclusively for women fellowships. So we can start for maybe, I mean for each sphere one. It is not only meteorology. Here also we need to have a diversity, and also we are going for just system approach for meteorology also. So we need to have one for what is called atmosphere, one for cryosphere, one for maybe what is called biosphere related aspect, and the other one is a geosphere and also hydrosphere. So each sphere we will allocate one JRF for women scientists. Where they will work, it is up to them to decide, but we will fund for them. With this, once again, I thank you for all of you to come. And thank you all of us to be here for this important event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Swati Basu did her post-graduation from Delhi University in 1979 in physics and completed her PhD in air pollution modeling from IIT Delhi in 1983. Is at present chairing Project Review and Monitoring Committee on Establishment of City Knowledge Cluster for the country. She is member, Board of Management, Teddy School of Advanced Studies, Monsoon Mission Scientific Steering Committee, Ministry of Earth Sciences, IIC Cluster Group of Science, India International Center, and Reviews Panel, Urban Climate and Extreme Events DST. Dr. Basu retired as Scientific Secretary from the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, as Scientific Secretary in the Office of PSA to the Government of India. She was engaged in science advice policy in consonance with national need as well as global development. Prior to that, she has worked in NCMRWF and MOS. As advisor in the Ministry of Earth Sciences, she played pivotal role for policy decisions related to Earth system science programs and successful implementation of various international agreements. She played a crucial role in modernization of India Meteorological Department. She has distinction of being first Indian woman to go up to 80° north in the Arctic during July 2013 on the invitation by Norwegian government representing India. Ma'am, we feel privileged to have you with us today. On behalf of all of us present here, I request Dr. Swati Basu to enlighten us with words of wisdom.
Good morning, everyone. Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, DGIMD, Dr. Parvinder Mani, Mrs. Shuba Thakur, and Ranju Madan, and all dignitaries on the dais, and of course, as my audience. First of all, I would like to wish you all a very happy new year. And this is a very good occasion. I must compliment IMD for completing their 150 years. And this is a very good occasion to celebrate. And we have already seen how IMD has moved in these 150 years. And of course, the main theme of today's theme is weather services for women. And of course, it is, it is known that the importance of weather and climate services and how we have achieved over the years. Now, why we talk that weather service for women? Because as was mentioned by both DGIMD and Secretary, that there are some specific requirements for women. There are different needs and inbuilt vulnerabilities, which has been briefly mentioned with women, that need to be specially addressed in order to give them equal opportunities and accessing and benefiting from these services. Now, some specific challenges, let's say if we talk about natural disasters, which includes limited mobility. And as such, women, they always take care of, they have the extra caregiving responsibilities. And whenever any natural disaster strikes, these things becomes compounded because they have to take care of the, people who are sick, the children. And of course, during these natural disasters, there are higher risk of gender-based violences. So, as these gets magnified during natural disasters, we have to really take extra care while designing the evacuation plan and the shelters and all those things. So, limited mobility means, because of this pregnancy, lactating mothers, and other societal restrictions. So whenever we are talking about these natural disasters, all these aspects have to be really taken care of. Now, what are the challenges? As primary caregivers, women are frequently burdened with increased responsibilities, safety of their children, elderly and disabled, because all these responsibilities by default, it comes on women. So as a result, they give very little, I think DG also mentioned this briefly. So as a result, while doing for others, they have very little time for themselves. And they do not prioritize themselves, rather they prioritize others. First, they try to give care to others. So these things are to be taken care of when we are looking for the solution to all these services and how these things should be managed. Now, there are other challenges that when extreme weather events, they are becoming more frequent and more intense with this climate change. Now, these families, they experience increased displacement due to these vagaries of this climate change, which leads to economic hardship as well as food insecurity. And that in turn again, enhances the tensions within the families, and the brunt comes onto the ladies or the women. Then with all these, there is lack of access to clean water and sanitation facilities. With young girls and all, these things become very important. So with all this increased family tension, displacement, economic hardship, all these things, they are all compounded, have a compounded effect on women. So addressing the critical need for clean water, sanitation, as well as other safety measures are essential in mitigating the impact of climate stress on women. So there are other challenges also, because heat waves are also becoming more prevalent. Women are particularly vulnerable during heat waves due to their hormonal and physiological differences. We have to accept that. So they are more likely to experience heat-related illnesses and dehydration. In addition, air pollution has significant impacts on women's reproductive health. There is increased risk of infertility, miscarriages, preterm births, which in turn can impact negatively in the development of the fetus also. So all these aspects have to be kept in mind for the policymakers and healthcare providers to address all these vulnerabilities when we are trying to address the health of women. Now, there are certain facts as per UN report. UN report states that when extreme weather disasters strike, women and children are 14 times more likely to die than men, which is mostly due to limited access to information and decision making, limited mobility and resources. 4 out of 5 people displaced by impacts of climate change are women and girls. A 2022 UN report highlights the disproportionate impact of climate change on women, especially in the low and middle income countries. Female-headed rural household experience 8% greater income loss due to heat stress and 3% more due to flood compared to male-headed households. It also says that if women had the same access to productive resources as men, farm yields would increase by 20 to 30%. So these are certain facts which we all have to keep in mind. Now, I would briefly mention role of women in the past who have really made an impact and they could bring some change. You must be knowing about Dr. Kadambini Ganguly. She is the first female physician in South Asia. So she was there in the end of 19th century. So her work not only improved access to proper medical attention for the ladies, because otherwise they were not being attended to because there were no female doctors, but it also inspired other women to pursue careers in medicine. So that was a remarkable contribution. You have heard about Florence Nightingale, the lady with the lamp. During the Crimean War, she revolutionized military healthcare by introducing hygiene practices, reducing mortality rates, and ensuring compassionate care for wounded soldiers. You know about Rani Jhansi Brigade. It's an all-women regiment of INA named after Rani Lakshmibai. They demonstrated vital role of women in war and showcased their courage that symbolized women's strength and leadership in the fight for independence. Let us come to more recent ones. During COVID-19 pandemic, it showed that diversity in leadership made a difference. The pandemic response in countries led by women had captured the headlines. So Taiwanese president, New Zealand prime minister, German chancellor are some such examples. So from all these, we have seen that that women have always stepped forward whenever there is a need to shoulder responsibilities, and especially during any critical situation. They have showcased and proved their ability by bringing in transformative solutions through their perseverance, diligence, and commitment. Now, we understand that climate change and its impact on sustainability is one of the most pressing challenges at this time. And I would say that, if not exaggerating, it is something like war, which we all have to, combat. So it requires equitable participation in which men and women, they have to partner and collaborate in policy making, scientific innovation, and community action for securing a sustainable future for all. By the way, WMO Day theme for 2025, that also they are saying, closing the early warning gap together. That is what I think is the heading, the topic. The previous 24, it was the front line of climate action. Now, 2025 heading, the theme, it basically is bringing out the critical importance of collaborative efforts and enhancing early warning system to mitigate impacts of natural hazards by combining all resources of everyone. So that is the theme. Now, a lot has been talked about Dr. Anna Mani, the first Indian woman meteorologist. I would really not like to go further in that because enough has been told about her, although there is no end of praising her effort and the breakthrough, what she has made. So along with that, Sulochana Gadgil, I would really like to mention. She was the Indian meteorologist from ISC Bangalore, has been a pioneer in understanding the variability and the farming strategies for rainfall variability in different regions of India. She's a great researcher. So I see already Dr. Jayanti, so I'm not going to say it further. But Dr. Jayanti has published an article in IMS Chennai chapter, along with Dr. Amuda, on women opting for a career in meteorology, an Indian scenario, in which she has really nicely brought out all list of women who have really taken part and who have made a difference in the past and who are making an impact now. So some of the names I would really like to mention is Dr. Jayanti, of course, and followed by Shamla, and then other subsequently, women meteorologists, they started working in all divisions, including administration. And some of the names worth mentioning are Anjana Chaudhary, Surinder Kaur, Suman Goel, Kamaljeet, Medha Kole, Ranju Madan, Sathi Devi, Soma Sen Roy, and many others. Of course, I'm sorry, I will not be able to take all the names. But the numbers have now increased, and DG was mentioning that it has gone to about 20%, I would say, but which is definitely very promising. But these are to increase. These have to increase with numbers. The establishment of NCMRWF also have seen induction of women scientists specialized in global data assimilation and improving the accuracy. So Dr. Begum, myself, Moonboon, Parvinder, we were the young initial scientists working in NCMRWF. And now it has a vibrant group of scientists of the younger generation, Indira Rani, Anumeha, Anita, and to name a few. Well, I was also fortunate enough. I was the first director as a woman. I became the first director of a national center for weather forecasting. So in addition, we would also like to mention that in addition to these organizations, it is equally important that women get involved in the research, which in turn can improve the forecasting. So other institutions like IITM, Thara is there in IITM, and NCCR, Dr. Usha I see here. Then Purnima Lata from NIOT, they are also equally responsible, in creating this whole ecosystem. So I would also like to suggest and request DJIMD and maybe Secretary also that this is a good occasion to compile and make a compendium of all women meteorologists of the country, which may be updated every few years, because this will not only be a tribute for our older meteorologists, but also it will be an inspiration for the future generations to take up meteorology. So time has changed. Women are ready to take up challenges. I would not say are ready, they are already taking up challenges. Because when we see that how in IMD, without any hesitation, they are all going for roster duties. And in fact, that reminds me, I still remember when I was looking after this modernization of IMD, Dr. Amuda, she was the one who was responsible for installing all these AWS ARG. And she was ready to go anywhere, all over the country, any region. She knows that she has to get those things implemented. And there was no proper place to sleep and all. She said, no problem, I can sleep anywhere. So, I mean, that is the kind of attitude. Women are they are ready to take up any challenges anywhere. So they have also started establishing their achievement in various fields along with exemplary leadership qualities. So it is then pertinent and time to promote women representation in policy making. They should be part of expert teams, task forces, and various committees pertaining to weather and climate services. And this should not only be at this level. I would also suggest that these, the rural women in the Gram Panchayat level and all, they should be part of the making of those evacuation process and those committees and task force, because that is also equally important. So their participation would address diverse community needs and improve resilience to climate impacts. So by actively seeking out and promoting women for leadership positions in weather and climate services, one can ensure benefits from wide range of expertise and experiences, leading to more holistic and impactful weather and climate services for all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Shrimati Shuba Thakur, a 1989 batch Central Secretarial Service officer, is currently serving as the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. She has made significant contributions to the agriculture policy and farmer welfare. She has also held the position of Joint Director General at the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Her leadership and dedication continue to shape key areas of governance and public service. We are truly privileged to have you here, ma'am. On behalf of everyone, I invite Shrimati Shuba Thakur to address and share her invaluable insights with us.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd like to thank very deeply DG IMD for inviting me to this very important and very prestigious event. In fact, it gives me great pleasure to be amongst such distinguished and honored company, amongst all the scientists and the wonderful work you're doing. So first of all, I'd like to thank you all very much for the wonderful work you're doing for our country. Members on the dais, Dr. Ravichandran, Secretary, Dr. Swati Basu, Dr. Parvinder Maini, DG Dr. Mahapatra, and Ranju, Dr. Ranju. And ladies and gentlemen, and members from the scientific community around India. And so we've heard a lot about the challenges faced by women in various sectors. And of course, women are vulnerable. And like they are vulnerable to the climate risks, the first most important point I'd like to mention is that women comprise 65% of the agricultural workforce. So it's such an important number, and how do we take care of them? And as women face challenges in other sectors, the same problems and challenges are faced by women in the agriculture sector too. And we must keep in mind that these women, they have to play an important role in achieving the key Sustainable Development Goal SDG 13 of climate action. So as climate change has a negative impact on agriculture, it affects women adversely as they face lower wages and harsher working conditions. This is an established fact. They don't have access to credit as much as the men do. Women work on lands which they don't own. These are facts which we have to take into cognizance while making any policies, while thinking for solutions for women. It's a hard task, but yes, the government is doing a lot to work for the benefit of women in agriculture. But I'd like to just bring to your notice some of the schemes of the government in which women are being benefited in agriculture. And the first most important one is the Pradhan Mantri PM Kisan Yojana, which provides direct financial assistance to farmers directly in their accounts. And this is benefiting more than 3 crore women. Of course, the number of farmers in the country is around 12 to 13 crore, but this is a direct benefit going to the women direct into their accounts. So it helps them to mitigate some of the problems which they may face in access to credit and accessing just basic things also. The other important scheme is the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Mandhan Yojana, which is a pension scheme to small and marginal farmers. And this therefore gives them financial security in their older age. Recently, the government has taken many steps to involve women in agriculture, as was being mentioned that we need to involve women at the grassroots. So many self-help groups have come up. Now, what do these self-help groups do? You hear a lot about SHGs, but how are we engaging them? So what we have done is in our schemes, be it mechanization scheme, be it a drone Didi scheme to fly drones, or be it just taking data through apps. So we have involved all these Krishi Sakhis, as we call them, and we have made them integral to our scheme So if you see a woman flying a drone in the field, you can be rest assured it is through our drone DD scheme, which the Honorable Prime Minister has launched recently. So it's a mix of both technology and action by women. And data, as you all know, you're scientists, data is so important, as was mentioned in one of the presentations, that good data is very important. So we have involved women at the grassroots to go in the actual fields, take photographs of crops, right from the sowing stage to the maturing stage to the harvesting stage. And all this data is being captured on the Krishi Mapper app. And I must tell you that the women are doing a wonderful job in helping us get this data, because women work in the fields. They are the ones who go around and they have a very good network. So we realize this importance in the Agriculture Ministry. And we hope that both the Krishi Mapper app scheme, the Namo Drone Didi scheme will go a long way in empowering the women and making them feel part of agriculture in a holistic sense. The Indian Council of Agricultural Research, which is our sister department in agriculture, they're also taking up lots of training programs for skilling women. And I must say that we work very closely with IMD. We have a weekly meeting with IMD and other stakeholders in which we have something called a crop weather watch group. So this crop weather watch group assesses all aspects pertaining to agriculture, be it the rainfall, the likely rainfall, how it's affecting crops, the water reservoir position, the cropping situation, the pest attacks, the heat waves. So I must thank IMD that they are doing a wonderful job in assisting us with this early warning. And we submit a weekly report to the Prime Minister's office. So this group is very important in its sharing of information and how the policies are to be made in future. Suppose droughts, we can predict that a dry spell will be for a long time. So we make arrangements for alternative cropping, using other crops rather than, if you have to have rice, we can have millets instead of rice. And we have district level plans for this. So unless the IMD is there, it's very difficult to predict the weather. And they also give advisories to farmers direct to their mobile phones, and it's really working well. We have interacted with farmers, and they say that they really they rely upon the IMD predictions, and it really helps them. One area where the women played a very important role and still play an important role is the millets. You all must know that we celebrated the International Year of Millets last year, and we have many pioneers, women farmers at the grassroots levels who did a wonderful job in promoting millets. We have examples like Lahiri Bai and one women farmer, Raimati Guria from Odisha. They are women farmers who are they're preserving the traditional seeds. Amongst them, I think they have preserved over 200-300 varieties of seeds.
I think and creating regulatory mechanisms for collaboration among the industry, academia, and government for delivery of citizen-centric solutions. Under her leadership and direction, the Office of PSA has initiated several national programs like the One Health Mission for Pandemic Preparedness, Livelihood Mission, National Research Foundation, City S&T Clusters, National Deep Tech Policy, Zero Emission Trucking, etc. Her role also requires her to engage with various international agencies to continuously discuss and develop common frameworks for addressing contemporary global S&T policy issues. Dr. Maini has a directorate in meteorology and oceanography and has vast experience spanning over 33 years in diverse fields. She is recipient of the IMS Fellowship for the year 2023. She is also Vice President of the Federation of Indian Geosciences Association and Executive Committee member of the Indian Geophysical Union. Her research interests include monsoons, downscaling techniques, forecast evolution studies, socio-economic benefits of weather and climate-based services. We are honored to have by your presence, ma'am. On behalf of all, I request Dr. Pravinder Meni to inspire us with her thoughtful address.
Dignitaries on the dais, senior women colleagues who have traveled all the way for attending this function, and other retired women colleagues, my colleagues from the Ministry of Earth Sciences and its constituent units. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, let me congratulate IMD for completing 150 years of glorious service to the nation, and also to all those who have contributed in this journey of IMD. Now, of course, IMD being the National Weather Service has committed, of course, to the giving the best of weather forecast in all temporal and spatial scales. And we also all observe that the weather forecast is improving by the day, and so are the challenges that we are facing. Of course, needless to say, weather services are for the people and by the people. And in the entire weather service domain, I would say the women as seekers of weather service, also our provider of weather service, play a very, very pivotal role. So considering this, I'm really glad to be speaking at this one-day seminar focused on weather services for women. As we all agree that at the intersection of gender, we have climate, meteorology, and allied subjects, which are all of very, very critical importance. Of course, as has been told by my previous speakers, climate change affects groups differently due to various social factors such as educational background, income, gender, ethnicity, age, class, disability, and also the urban and rural people alike. Now, when I got this invite, what actually intrigued me was the various themes that were listed out. And I would say these themes have actually really touched upon all the topics that we think are of real importance, especially where women are concerned. So, of course, many things have been covered, though I will try to address things from my perspective and also say what are the kind of initiatives that government has taken. Now, when we consider first the disaster risk management and gender equality, we have to first and foremost consider and recognize that gender inequality increases vulnerability to disasters. Women, as has been told, have typically less levels of resilience and capacity to withstand the disasters and also to recover from the disaster than compared to men. They suffer higher losses in their livelihood, as has been just told by Madam Thakur. And because they have more of dependence on the natural resources and agriculture in disaster-prone areas. Now, gender inequality does not just increase women's vulnerability to disaster, but also reduces their security and ability to respond to it. Now, historically, women and gender minorities have unequal and restricted access to economic, political, and social resources. In addition, lack of decision-making power in the families increases their sufferings even more after a disaster occurs. So as it directly influences their health and also reduces their life expectancy. So of course, as is highlighted by WHO, a direct correlation has been observed between women's status in society and the likelihood of receiving adequate health care. This is of course very alarming, but this is true, especially in times of disaster and environmental stress. I have faced myself this kind of thing where they say that the men are the main bread earners of the family, so they need to get more importance. So I can speak this from experience. So amid the fallout of disasters, gender-based violence can also increase vulnerability of women and gender minorities during and after a disaster. Similarly, as has also been told by Dr. Mahapatra and also by Dr. Ravichandran, the access to technology and social capital is also has an impact and an access to early warning. Now, as per UNFCCC report, if you see most of the women, they are the ones who are in charge for, fetching water, for firewood, for cooking and all that. With this kind of job, they not only get affected because of the disaster prone areas, but also are exposed to gender-based violence outside their home. Another, of course, example is if you see most of the tea plantations, you see the plucking of leaves is mainly done with women. And these women generally get, directly exposed to toxic pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers, which create a lot of health issues. So to address all this, we need to make policies and technologies which are gender aware and sensitive. We should integrate gender perspectives into forecasting, warning systems, and service delivery. For instance, an early warning system needs to be cognizant of the fact that different genders are impacted differently during disasters. A gender-responsive early warning system proactively designed in line with conducive policies and practices can reduce gender-based inequalities and meet all people's needs in times of disaster. Now, having said this, without the full participation of and contribution of women and decision-making and leadership, real community resilience to climate change and disaster simply cannot be done. It cannot be achieved. So they say it's absolutely important to leverage women's immense potential in terms of management and decision-making, especially in case of disasters and uncertainties. Now, there's a very interesting example of the Latur earthquake. After this Latur earthquake happened, there are many women who are actually taken up the supervising, monitoring, and undertaking constructions, encouraging repairs, and also determining whether the engineers have certified the constructions. So they participate in the construction of community buildings and model houses and conduct educational programs on earthquake-resistant technology. There's a paper specifically on this. Now, Government of India has, of course, taken several policy measures to address gender disparities in terms of access to healthcare, resource allocation, disaster preparedness, and clean cooking, etc. So one of the things is the gender budget, which was adopted in 2005-6. This is, of course, a significant step by Government of India to address gender disparities in resource allocation. As per the latest figures of 23-24, almost 5% of the total, nearly 5% of total expenditure has been allocated for gender-related programs. Now, gender responsive budgeting is an important part of also the state action plan of climate change. Then there is a national action plan on climate change and human health, which aims to strengthen the health of citizens of India against climate sensitive illness, especially among vulnerable population like children, women, and marginalized population. The National Disaster Management Authority guidelines of 2010 on psychosocial support and mental health services in disasters contains several gender-specific protocols. So from a policy viewpoint and inclusive policy making, as Dr. Ravichandran had mentioned, I mean, we have to take DIA into consideration, that is diversity, equity, inclusivity, and accessibility into consideration whenever we make policies. We need to ensure there is synergy between programs, projects, and initiatives at different levels across sectors to increase the understanding and awareness of the gender differentiated impact on climate change. There is also a need to have local, national, international efforts to promote knowledge sharing on this aspect for mutual learning. Therefore, collecting and analyzing disaggregated data and conducting gender analysis of policies is something that we should take up in a very, very structured way. As was mentioned, Madam Thakur, some work has been done, some data is being collected, but it's not actually structured. We really need to collect this data to understand where we are heading, whether we are taking the right steps forward. So, but all this requires giving access to meteorological science and technology to women and promoting their participation and representation in the field. We say that even today in many developing countries, the access to technology for women is constrained by social and cultural bias. In addition, inadequate technological infrastructure in rural areas, women's lower education levels in the fields of science and technology, fear of or lack of interest in technology, and women's lack of disposable income to purchase technological services are other factors that deny access to knowledge in the field. There is also a need to devise targeted efforts to ensure that technologies are desired to be relevant to the women's need and how they can have full access to knowledge and information. Now, there is a program by DST that is called the Gender Advancement of Transforming Institution Program, that is the GATI program, which many of you may be knowing. This basically has been rolled out to promote gender equity in STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, medicine, and mathematics. Another, of course, good example is the thriving ecosystem we have of startups in the country. To encourage women entrepreneurs, a government-backed platform called the Women Entrepreneurship Program has been created that provides access to programs for funding, mentorship, marketing, and more. Other initiatives, of course, include Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, Credit Guarantee Scheme for Startups, Fund of Funds for Startups, etc. All these schemes have some special incentives for women entrepreneurs. I don't know how many of you know, but as per statistics, 40% of climate tech startups are led by women in India. Now, Startup India scheme also supports women entrepreneurs, especially in the green business. So this is a testament of India's investment and vision to have more women representing niche areas. Now, there is an example of a startup called Climate Sense, which is actually working on combating, deforestation. So they choose about 10 million hectares of land every year and try to combat this problem. And for this, they bring in drone technology, satellite data, and AI algorithms to combat this problem. So they collect this data, they provide it to the stakeholders to analyze and also for forecasting. But also they also train people, and they have actually trained 500 tribal women to forecast conservation of forests. So there's a lot of work going in the background. We only need to acknowledge this and actually bring it to the forefront. Now, we also feel that we also need to give equal opportunities to women. And I can assure you that has also been told by my previous speakers that if women are given opportunities, they can perform multifunctional roles such as participants, managers, decision makers, leaders, especially in the field of disaster risk reduction. And of course, everybody has given example of Dr. Anamani, of course, by starting with Secretary General, WMO, and also Dr. Swati Basu, Dr. Mahapatra. Everybody has mentioned. I really do not want to dwell more on her. Her contributions to meteorology are something which are commendable, and we all are very proud about it. In fact, I was just mentioning to Dr. Ravichandran that in our office, we have a picture of Dr. Anamani, and we proudly display it to any foreigner who comes, that she is the first women from meteorology field. Now, the government's efforts to promote women's representation focus, of course, primarily on skill building and training. The efforts include gender and disaster training programs conducted by the National Institute of Disaster Management and the National Gender Resource Center in Agriculture. That's a nodal agency that focuses on gender-related issues in agriculture and allied sectors. There are various global best practices where women have good representation in climate and disaster related decisions. Now, Nepal's Climate Change Policy 2019 mandates 50% participation of women in local climate adaptation planning. It has also special provision for single women in climate vulnerable regions. The policy provides for gender responsive budgeting in all climate projects. In addition to having women's representation in expert teams and committees at the national level, there is a significant need to, of course, empower women as community leaders in disaster risk reduction at local levels. Now, if you all recall, in the aftermath of the Indian Ocean tsunami in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, more women died than children for men. This was also spoken by Secretary General of WMO. Now, this did happen just because of chance. It's just that because of their nature of carers and mothers, they, give their children more importance and also to the assets more importance and lost their life. So, always women become the caregivers of the family and actually sacrifice themselves. So, this power imbalance between men and women was a fundamental reason that led to an initiative, a project which is called Action Aid, which is aimed to build women's resilience to disasters in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands through integrating gender perspective into a tsunami response program. The project focused on increasing women's participation in community decision making and through awareness raising, sharing experiences, and so on. All women were actively actually encouraged and supported to form women's collectives, Mahila Sangatans, at both the village level as well as at the district level. So the impact of this program is such, it was so manifold, that women overcame resistance from their families, participated in male-dominating activities on equal footing. They learned to swim for the first time, increasing their stake in economic activities, to increasing their ability to disaster and climate change threats. Now, there is a UNDP supported project called Enhancing Climate Resilience of India's Coastal Communities, which is a 6-year program and is done by MOEFCC. This aims to enhance the climate resilience of the most vulnerable population, particularly women in the coastal areas of India. Now, looking at the health aspect, of course, many of these things have already been covered by Dr. Swati, where we say that women is vulnerable to climate change, such as heat waves. Despite India's economic and technological progress over the past several decades, wide gaps in gender-based health disparities remain. And women, especially from the socio-economic disadvantaged backgrounds, face amplified health risks during heat waves due to their roles in caregiving and unpaid labor, which often restrict access to cooler spaces and hydration. Now, several studies from many countries, including the UK, the US, highlight, including India, that heat stress exacerbates symptoms of menopause, such as hot flushes and fatigue, and increases the risk of dehydration, heat exhaustion, and cardiovascular strain. Extreme heat also has a negative impact on menstruation, fertility, pregnancy, and all other problems. So there are a lot of hormonal imbalance because of all this, which is actually taken for granted, but actually it is women which are actually suffering this. And this is a biological reason, but we have to be sensitive to all this. That is why this being stressed here. Now, developing heat action plans and strategies that address women's unique vulnerabilities, including access to hydration, shade, and health services during heat waves is an urgent requirement that will address the gender-sensitive needs of women. For instance, the Ahmedabad Heat Action Plan, this is a very famous one which all of us know, has factored all this into their action plan. Similarly, even the cold climate, even Himachal Pradesh has said that women face a lot of problems, health issues because of the cold, extreme cold in Himachal. Now, air pollution also has been touched upon. This also actually leads to a lot of problems in preterm births, pregnancy loss, reduced fertility, and so on. Women are also disproportionately affected by indoor air pollution, as already been told, because of the traditional cooking facilities. So Government of India, of course, has started a flagship program called the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana for combating household air pollution that we all know, of course. And this, of course, enables rural and poor household to transition to cleaner cooking. And this actually is being taken in right earnest and with full swing. Now, climate change, of course, is recognized as a serious aggravator of gender-based violence. Research indicates that women and girls are up to 14 times more likely to be harmed during a disaster. For those who survive, climate-induced disasters can amplify gender inequalities, making them more vulnerable to violence. Especially lack of clean water, sanitation adds another dimension to the domestic violence aspect. Now, to address this, our climate resilient disaster risk management plan should be designed to ensure better outcomes for women, including promoting women's participation in local climate decision making and supporting their access to climate finance. In fact, many of the countries, when they make their climate action plans, they ensure this is totally incorporated into their climate action plan. Now, as per the Manila Declaration for Global Action on Gender and Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction, women are vital agents of change, holders of valuable knowledge and skills, and can be powerful leaders from the community to the global level in climate change mitigation, adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. I do not have to say more. With the kind of presence that I can see here, I can speak from my experience when I joined this service way back in 1990. We were only 2 or 3 women among so many men. And now when I left MOES, I see the percentage of women is nearly 35 to 65%. So I think more and more women are coming up, taking this career, not only in science and technology and also in meteorology. And together we all have to work. Here, men are equally responsible to ensure that we have women participation in all our programs and also make policies and programs which are conducive to both the genders, not only women, but also to the men, so that everything is equally, the equal participation from both the genders actually will result in better service to the nation. Thank you so much. And I really look forward to the deliberations of today's seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with your knowledge. Now it's time to express our respect and gratitude to the dignitaries on dais. I request DGIMD to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Parvinder Mani, by presenting her a memento as a token of gratitude for sparing her precious time to grace this occasion and enlightening us with her wisdom. Thank you, sir. बाकी भी खोल दो बाकी भी। बबल रैप भी। Thank you, sir and ma'am. I further request DGM Andy to kindly felicitate guest of honor Dr. Swati Basu by presenting her memento for her valuable contribution and support. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I further request DGMD to kindly felicitate guest of honor Srimati Shuba Thakur by presenting her a memento for sparing her time to grace this event. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I further request to kindly present a memento to Dr. M. Ravichandran for his continuous support and guidance. ये भी खुली नहीं है। Thank you, sir and ma'am. Coming to the formal end of the inaugural function, I invite Shrimati Lata Vishnoi, Scientist IMD, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sarita ma'am. Good morning and namaskar to all. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Parminder Mani, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, eminent speaker, retired women employees, distinguished participants online and who have joined us, and dear colleagues. It's my privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks for today's event, National Workshop on Weather and Women. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Parminder Mani, for her inspiring address and for gracing us with her presence. Thank you, ma'am. Your words have been truly set the tone for this important workshop, emphasizing the vital role of the women in addressing the challenges posed by the weather. I'm deeply thankful to our guest of honor, Dr. Swati Basu and Madam Shuba Thakur, for sharing their invaluable insights and experience, for which we have greatly enriched an understanding to the significant subject. A special thanks to Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, for his vision and unwavering support for initiatives like this that empower the women in science and policy. Your encouragement serve as a beacon for us all. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. M. Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, for his leadership and inspiring words. Your efforts to advance the field of meteorology and its societal impacts are truly commendable. A heartfelt thank you to Professor Celeste Saule, Secretary General of WMO, who shared the video, a thoughtful message for us. Your global perspective and encouragement have added the immense value to today's discussion. I extend my gratitude to Madam Ranju Pradhan for her gracing and insightful welcome address, which set the perfect tone for the today's program and highlighted the inclusivity and progress in the meteorology. I would also like to acknowledge the organizing team and everyone involved in making this event a success, from planning to logistic to ensuring the smooth flow of the day's event. Your dedication has been remarkable. To our participants, your enthusiasm and active involvement are the heart of this workshop. I'm confident that the discussion and the learning here will pave the way of impactful collaboration and the action in the future. Lastly, I thank to India Meteorological Department and the Ministry of Earth Sciences for their continued commitment to hosting such meaningful events, creating a platform to address the critical issues celebrating the power of knowledge and inclusivity. Thank you all for being here today. Let us carry forward the ideas and inspiration from this workshop into our work and daily lives. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. In conclusion, we begin this important workshop. We encourage everyone to embrace the spirit of collaboration and innovation. Let's use this opportunity to share knowledge, explore new ideas, and work. Thank you all, and we look forward to the insightful talks and panel discussions ahead. Before concluding, may I request you all to stand up for the national anthem.
Punjab Sindh Gujarat India Himachal Yamuna Ganga Ujjala Jagatika Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Bhage Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha Jaya 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 He Bhagata Bhagya Vibhata Jaya 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 Jaya
High tea is being served outside the auditorium. Kindly join for the same after the photo session at the entrance of this building. We will meet at the same place at 12:15 for the first talk of technical session. Thank you, one and all. Have a good day. Jai Hind.
everybody. Are you ready? Okay. So this session is already a bit delayed. I will try to finish try to finish this session quickly. I mean, my talk quickly so that others are not unnecessarily troubled with this. But the point is, this discusses the main themes of this session. Why we, in fact, my job has been made easier by my previous speakers, Dr. Swati Basu, Ms. Ranju Madan, Madam, Dr. Parminder Maini, our DGM, Dr. Mahapatra Sir, M. Ravichandran Sir, and Ms. Thakur. Everybody has made the points very clearly why we needed this workshop. So this is our gender-based vulnerability data of 2022. As you can see, we have picked out four main phenomena that affect India. First is lightning, second is flood, third is heat or sunstroke, fourth is exposure to cold. So the last two are, this is from the National Crime Research Bureau data for 2022. If you see very clearly that gender-wise death separation, it follows firstly the age-wise distribution, it follows the same as it is for both sexes, but gender-wise distribution, if you see, there are more deaths amongst men as compared to women. This is a obvious finding. Then why are we having this particular workshop? There are some hidden effects about vulnerability in the Indian context. There was Madam Swati Basu mentioned about the heat action plan in Ahmedabad. Prior to that, there was a study for Ahmedabad that showed that access to heat wave warning system in Ahmedabad as well as in Hyderabad, there were two separate studies. It is much less amongst women due to asymmetric ownership of smartphone. So we are sending all our warnings to smartphones, they're not reaching. That is the thing. Second thing is women engaged in construction and other informal sectors. I have not quoted the particular the study reference here, but in Odisha there was a study which showed that women in informal sectors, they are more vulnerable to additional stressors, not just the heat wave, but also stressors such as childcare, gender wage gap. So these are real major problems in terms of severe weather and its vulnerability. The third is a pretty obvious fact which is known about India for a long time. The environmental crisis often worsen known drivers for child marriage. So sexual violence, education disruption, displacement of people from homes, these are, and loss of assets and opportunities for income generation. All these push women towards child marriage, towards different sets of problems which are very endemic and which are hidden, which is the focus of this workshop is to pretty much bring forward, as has been the previous speakers' focus as well as the remaining sessions, to bring forward the problems of women, which is not necessarily in the blank statistics of deaths. Then there was another study in Delhi, which showed, Delhi and neighborhood, that sanitation facilities, in the absence of sanitation facilities, many women don't drink water during heat wave periods because of lack of proper places to go to. So that is something that really creates a lot of Swati Basu Madam and Parminder Kaur Madam were saying, lot of health-related issues, primarily in the lower income sectors, who are informal workers, vegetable vendors, people who are working outside, who have to look for these facilities, who do not drink water and are more vulnerable to these facts. The last one is the assets and well-being. Oftentimes, the traditional ownership of land, ownership of property is with men, and the gender and cultural roles for women in terms of, especially after say a flooding event, or if the man of the house dies, or if there is a lack of all crop failing, the onus oftentimes falls on the women. The stridhan, which is something a woman carries after marriage, often becomes the first victim of any hazard-related impact on the people. So lack of access and control, the property oftentimes passes from one man to the next. So the women and children are pretty much thrown out into the system, thrown out of the social system for in terms of ownership for and mitigation. If we summarize this, yeah, this is a WMO specific thing. The specific needs of women and girls are not prioritized in disaster risk reduction. Today we have with us our forecasting office in charges, our mid-center in charges from different centers, our cyclone shelters. We need to talk about whether they're equipped with gender-sensitive disaster risk reduction. These are very essential facts, especially for Indian women who are traditionally expected to be modest or shy about their requirements. Second is limited understanding of gendered nature of disaster risk and insufficient disaggregated data. This gender-wise data that I just showed you, it is a very recent phenomenon that is coming up. If you see older data sets, they just mentioned in terms of so many deaths per population, so many injuries per population. It is only now that we are talking of gender desegregated deaths or damages, which is necessary to see which fields are more make people more vulnerable. If you see the NCRP data that I just showed you also, you will note that the age group of women for different kinds of weather phenomena vulnerability is different. For lightning, it is 35 to 45, 30 to 45. For heat, sunstroke, you will see the older people are getting more affected. Flood is children and mothers, young mothers. You see less than 14 and 18 to 30 years. So this is the kind of gender desegregated data analysis we require. And lack of talking about this is, unless there's gender analysis of disaster. Professor Celeste Solo talked about cyclone-related deaths and damages in Bangladesh. Very similar features happen because we are the neighboring country. It is not very different from our country. And investment in disaster risk reduction often leave women behind. The traditional concept of modesty, not speaking up in public, often reduces women's participation in disaster risk mitigation. The Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction is not just in Indian context. In the Sendai framework, there is a discussion for all-inclusive, all-of-society approach to disaster risk management. We must understand that oftentimes disaster risk information is transmitted from the mother to the children, and thereafter it helps in building up the society's resilience. The recent Sustainable Development Goals by United Nations targets two facts mainly. One is taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Second is achieving gender equality and empowering girls. Both these factors are in different ways through different government programs, through different social programs, through NGOs. This is happening, and we need to discuss how our impact-based weather forecasts are reaching these people of different sectors, different age groups, different literacy levels. So the UNDRR policy brief very clearly mentions that we need to address the structural gender inequality in the DRR laws. So the requirements of women in the disaster, oftentimes the rules are the only thing that decide the SOPs. So these should be enshrined into our disaster risk reduction laws. That is an essential part of this, and this discussion should lead towards that. Second is identifying, removing barriers and promoting sex disaggregated disaster data reporting. Currently, death reporting is there, but injuries or impact information, which is more of a social science information, more qualitative information, has only come up in some states with some sectors of the society. In general, this discussion is not taking place, which we need to promote, which is why these conferences are essential. Third is deepen the understanding of root cause of vulnerability. Whether we are addressing the root causes or not, that needs to be addressed. If we just say child marriage to stop, it does not necessarily stop. So that kind of the root causes have to be looked into before we go into this kind of facts. Increasing investment in the gender responsive disaster and climate risk management. Dr. Parminder Maini and Dr. Thakur talked about a lot of government efforts which are taking place. Oftentimes, at least I did not know of many of these initiatives that are happening. But we also, when we do the pre-season preparedness, these facts need to be highlighted that these exist and people should take advantage of that. It has also become the job of meteorologists to communicate the disaster risk mitigation information. So that forms a part of the disaster risk mitigation information. Strengthen women's economic empowerment. Dr. Thakur talked about Krishi Sakhi. She talked about women in drones, managing drones. So a lot of economic empowerment and resilience, especially in flood-prone, drought-prone areas, has brought very significant changes. We need to focus on that. And the last is promoting and supporting women's equal participation and leadership in disaster risk reduction. And this is not just in the grassroots level, but also in the management levels, also in the policy deciding levels, also in the levels which decide the policies. Women need to be there where they can contribute to a gender perspective of disaster risk mitigation. Thank you. Today we have very eminent speakers on these subjects. We will also have we will also discuss in a more practical way this happening. And please take your seats, fasten your seat belts. Let us see.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's my great honor to introduce our next speaker, Dr. N. Jayanti, a distinguished meteorologist with a remarkable career in the field of weather forecasting. Dr. Jayanti is a gold medalist and rank holder in both her undergraduate and postgraduate. She did her PhD on tropical cyclones of the Indian Seas. Dr. Jayanti joined the India Meteorological Department in 1969 as a professional assistant in Pune and retired in 2007 as the Additional Director General of Meteorology. Over the course of her career, she served in various key roles. She was the first woman operational weather forecaster and the first woman to head the forecasting division at IMD. Now I'd like to invite Dr. N. Jayanti for her talk on Women in Meteorology, Indian Perspective.
No, wait, you just wait.
PowerPoint.
Yes,
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 yes. Hey, you did a wonderful job. Different dimension.
Yes.
It never occurred to me. I should have done that way. Mine is a very elementary talk. Very elementary. Can you go before that I can?
But just putting in the PCP.
Oh, it is already there. Eh?
Just putting it arranging and then giving it. So where is it?
Where is mine?
Yes, no, I'm putting right. Just
10 minutes.
any go for it? So that done.
This one, ma'am. Okay. PDF, ma'am. PDF है. Extend. Extend कैसे करेंगे?
And how do I go by it? Check.
Just
That's all. That's fine.
this. इसको PDF में फिर से कैसे?
Right. Good afternoon to you all. At the outset, I thank DG and all his team for introducing such a novel and unique topic on women and meteorology. Women and weather, not meteorology, women and weather. Both W's are very important. Women are very, very weather conscious. Otherwise, we are all not there. Because even in the family, they manage. When will be the cold season? When will be the hot season? Making pickles and taking care of the family. That way, women are very empowered. But today, when I came here, this qualification in meteorology has really helped, in what should I say, getting an exponential explosion in the field of meteorology, women meteorologists, particularly in IMD service. So my talk is I'm rambling. My topic is mainly on women opting for meteorology in an Indian scenario. And I really appreciate Dr. Our Senroy's daughter for, comprehensive thing on women, how they should be educated, how they should be empowered, how they should be made to handle the disaster thing. I'm reminded of Dr. M.S. Swaminathan Foundation when he had a different exclusive model for women who can handle even, the storm surges. And then all the alerts were going to them. It was only women who rose up to the occasion and they handled the disaster response. So that way, women empowerment is very, very great when compared to men. Sorry for my men folk. Now, coming to my women opting for meteorology, the Indian scenario, always there is a saying that women cannot climb very high level in the career ladders. But I differ. Who said that? We can always take escalators. As is evidenced by today's all luminaries on the the main dais, how they expressed all their multifaceted personalities in so many different fields of meteorology. It was very, very enchanting and then stimulating. So that way, there is no bar that women cannot take the thing. Now they are ruling the roost. So this is my first message in a very, what should I say, rewarding way to the thing. Yeah. Now, a motivating factor for the career pattern of women in India since independence is the introduction of women in very untraditional and unprofessional thing, like because meteorology was never heard of in the initial stages. Only you are teaching and nursing still continue to be stronghold of women. And now in any field, women are increasing. Now there is no denying fact that women have entered in the so-called male-dominated professions, including the military, administration, police service, and then whatnot, space exploration, etc. The list is endless. Sorry, I am a little bit jittery because my topic is not of much relevance, very basic thing, but still you bear with me. One such interesting and challenging field is meteorology. So now I'll talk about, page now. How the growth of women personnel in India Meteorological Department evolved. Though IMD has completed 150 years of its existence, there was only delayed entry of meteorologists only in 1940. As we have all spoken ad infinitum about Dr. Miss Mani, she was the first women meteorologist and then who made a mark in the history of India IMD. And then she was not only the sole member in the male-dominated field, but she could also inspire a team of men to help her. Her credentials are numerable, as again told by all the speakers earlier. And she was featured in Wikipedia, WMO profile on 100th of this thing. And recently also we had a seminar in Pune talking about her. But only thing is, we sing about her after her death. We should have recognized it much more with her Padma Bhushan and Padma Vibhushan. Now it is eye-opening that we should do for Miss Mani. So there is also a chair, Anna Mani chair. Is it still there? Encouraging women scientists. I think it is there. They have introduced women chair for Anna Mani. Yeah. And I always refer to her quotable quotes. My being a woman absolutely had no bearing on what I chose to do in my field. This sure is a motivating one for all the youngsters to follow. Now, after 1940s, there was a great lull in introduction of women in IMD service. The gap, was filled only in late 1960s when we saw Miss Mary Selvam. She joined also as an instrument expert in IS, Pune IS, and then she was the second one. And again, Mrs. Arjuna Chaudhary, and she's from Calcutta and Positional Astronomical Center. Now, originally she was with IMD in Agricultural Meteorology. Now she retired as head of Positional Astronomical Center. And subsequently, I joined IMD in the year 1969. But I want to say before proceeding further, minority had its own advantage. Whatever we did, we were always put in the limelight. When I was first trained in the Advanced Meteorological Department, DDG, DDGC, DDGMWF, they were all agog with this thing. And then publicity was given that first woman to be trained for 1 hour in 1 year in the Advanced Meteorological training. So that way it has its own advantage. Whatever you do, you are always first. That is there. This is an aside thing, which nothing to boast of. Now, IMD's mandate is weather forecasting. So the entry of weather forecasting began only in the, again, late 70s. And I became the first weather forecaster. Now, can I speak for myself? As a forecaster, I have spent 17 years in aviation, in non-aviation, that is cyclone forecasting, and 14 years in aviation. I had my own challenges and tribulations. That is mentioned, cyclone means you have to come during inclement weather, rain or shine or whatever it is you have to give. You cannot miss even a single bulletin. So we have to wade through water and then, keep our antenna on, and then all besieged with all the queries and other things. We have to handle the media, we have to handle the disaster managers, and so many responsibilities were there. On top of it, forecasting. Nowadays, we have all meteorological facilities like your satellites, radar, and so many things. In my days, with one ship's observation, my meteorologist, he used to say a cyclone is brewing, even 3 or 4 days before. CQ message, he used to send everything. And I was also telling in the last my meeting, and then, we used to have special observatories, which will work only during cyclonic storms. They are called as Cyclone Distress Mitigation Committee stations. And then one is Puri. And then, normally during this time, Puri, Andhra are all very susceptible to cyclones. So we wanted to see where exactly it is heading to. It was in 1980 cyclone or so. And so what happened, the meteorology asked, I want special observation. Instead of saying special observation from Puri, it would get me Puri. But as it would happen, we had Puri in the canteen also. The very, what should I say, inexperienced class 4, he brought Puri, and during cyclone, it used to look like a war room. So he was so annoyed. Why are you bringing Puri? Sir, you wanted get me Puri, you told, that's why I brought. So these are all some hilarious moments also, but at the same time, it is full of tension. And then we had only one, APT that used to be from broadcast from Mumbai. With that, we have to do. And then your communication, all facsimile broadcast, it will break. TP, teleprinters, and then first vulnerability is your cyclone and this thing, these communication channels. So in spite of all odds, my great, my seniors on whose shoulder I'm still standing, and they did a wonderful job, and then no cyclone was undetected, I should say, even now. So such was their determination and dedication, even with minimum observation they used to do. So this is about cyclone nothing. But aviation has its own challenges. And especially in three phases, your what you call your ground weather takeoff and landing, we have other challenges and all. Now, thanks to your modernization, you have world area forecast and all. Before that, route forecast, Madras to Singapore will be one route forecast issued by MO Madras. Singapore to Madras will be one forecast issued by the Singapore meteorologist. Normally, they will be at variance. So the pilots were also at the last, thanks to the innovation or introduction of ACW. What should automatic, not automatic, what do you call areas weather forecasting system from Bracknell and US, such a problem is obviated. This is one thing. So even, during actual VIP things, we had lots of challenges. You all may be knowing Dr. Rajiv Gandhi's assassination. This happened when I was director in charge of MO. And normally for any thing, when PM comes, we all will flock to the VIP room. And he was my ex-pilot and very, very weather prone. And he showed lots of interest in the weather happening. So we used to go with our folders and other things. And then, waiting for briefing. But that day it happened at 6:30 only. I had a briefing with him. But at 10:30 or night, we got the message that he was no longer alive, he was assassinated. So immediately calls came, and we had VIP flights, and VIP flights had to be handled only by class 1 officers. I have to come, and then there was a bedlam and all antisocial elements, and then they never allowed my vehicle to pass through, but still I told all the movements based on my briefing and document, just exaggerated briefing and documentation. Please allow me. Otherwise, they were coming with gasolina sticks to beat me. So these are all some challenge, but which I relish. We could do so much of service. Similarly, N.T. Ramarao, when he died, and then M.G. Ramachandran. There was such a hooliganism. All shops were ransacked. And then again, VIP briefing, we have to go. But I never minded. I felt it as a challenge. I did the thing. Why I'm talking about it is not blowing your own trumpet. Each meteorologist, each women scientist, meteorologist will have such challenges, and we should not take umbrage that we are women. When you have joined the department, you have to feel, you have to be bold and do justice to whatever job you are doing. That is my submission. Anyhow, I've spoken enough on my own thing. And then I became DDGMT and then DDGMWF. By virtue of it, I became the first forecasting head of division of IMD. This is another advantage of being a woman. So anything you do first, you get the recognition. And then finally, I retired as ADGM. My thing started, I started as PA in ADGM's office, and then ended as ADGM in Pune. So life has come a full circle. I'm so grateful. And then another thing, so for women forecasters are always on the demand. After myself, there is Dr. B. Shamla, who made a great mark in the Bombay monsoons and all, and she was Shamla and I should say weather. They became synonym in Bombay monsoon season. She was such a dynamic lady, and whoever is this thing, if I say I am from the meteorological department, do you know Shamla and all? When I became head of ADG, somebody rang up and they told, have you changed your name to Jayanti? Because in Pune, it is very common, after marriage, they change the name. So they have asked me whether I will change my name to Shamla. Anyway, such is the potential of the thing. She is the forecaster. And then another woman forecaster, is Surinder Kaur. She became the first DDG Nagpur head. So that also to be acknowledged. And then now the floodgate is open. We have very many operational forecasters. I saw Sati Devi, now she is managing Trivandrum. And then the list is endless to mention a few. And then now you are in charge. Our Stella is in charge of Amravati. And then, I'll be taking somebody and then missing, others which I don't want to do it. And Kamalji Ray is another enterprising meteorology who started her career as an operational forecaster is in MD Ahmedabad, if I'm right. And she is now the advisor of MOES. And she is donning so many hats and a very meritorious lady. I always look upon her when I come to Delhi, and it is always very nice to interact with her. So when compared to operational forecasters, what is that? The number of women meteorologists in research is quite considerable, and also in instrumentation is quite considerable. Instrumentation, the sitting example is Amuda. She made a great mark, and then Dr. Swati Basu also mentioned she used to travel in all difficult terrain to install DCP you call, automatic AWS and all. So, and she also got an award. Vaisala thing in something. So, may her tribe increase also. That is one thing. And then Swati Basu, no mention, morning she was there. And then she became the modeling head of NCMRWF and perhaps the first lady to don the portfolio of advisor in our ministry. So congratulations to Swati Basu. So that way, our tribe is exploring so many fields and then challenging fields. Congratulations to her. And Dr. Suman Goyal, satellite meteorology, and Manju of IIT. And then my memory is very poor. And then they are all evolving scientists who have done tremendous work on monsoons and atmospheric boundary layer. And then even apart from this, now coming to the present scenario, now in the 20th and 21st century, we have witnessed a very explosive entry of able and efficient women who are exploring very many fields which were hitherto unheard of. Mrs. Stella is now heading, as I told you, MC Amravati was the first, the only women meteorologist who went to an Antarctic mission in late 1980. So as I told you, the list is endless. I am at a loss to say, and then what is her name on there? Mrs. Senroy, she gets it. Soma Senroy. Now that is the problem with aging. Memory recall is very poor. I am an admirer of Soma Senroy. She did the management and then handling of all the logistics. And then she told very nice. Women means, we should not talk only about meteorology. We should sensitize them, all your ordinary this thing, on various issues, because they are the mouthpieces and then they are the persons who manage the family, society, and then whatnot. Economic thing is also depending upon them. She introduced a very big gamut of the role such women should play, what we should do in that direction, especially in disaster management and also climate change, how to handle that. So congratulations to her also. And then our presentation will not be complete if we don't mention about our great scientist, Dr. Sulochana Gargil. And she's an authority on monsoon. And as you all know, she obtained a doctorate from Harvard University. And initially she joined Pune as a pool officer. That is, when you come from abroad, they don't want the brain drain, talent to be lost. So they are placed temporarily in some scientific institute. She was in IITM. There she gained so much of interest in monsoon thing. And then now she is also, she retired as the Indian Institute of Science head in the atmospheric division. And she has guided so many scientists. And then She is featured in all internationally WMO bulletins. She was the first one to be interviewed in WMO bulletin. So that way her credentials are numerous and endless. Now the role of WMO is also very significant. The first Women Meteorological Conference was also held in Bangkok in 1997. I happened to attend that. It was a very, very motivating thing. And then so many, what should I say, recommendations and then objectives were all addressed in that conference. One is gender equality, women empowerment, equal employment opportunities, also preference for women candidates when they are equally qualified. Even now you can see in the WMO, that is, the job advertisement, they always say women with equal qualification will be given preference in the employment. So that way it is very heartening to say, encouraging that, women are recognized. And there are many, very senior posts in WMO which are all occupied by women. I can talk about Joanna Simpson, Hele Kutwal, she is a public relation officer. That so many women scientists are there in WMO holding a very high post. So now let me not dwell more on that present status. So as you say, IMD witnessed in 1990. I said, so when I joined, we can name. Now we cannot. So many qualified women are there. The number middle level and junior level is lacking, and then very poor. And it is only the middle level and junior level they are contributing, but the promotional avenues are also not there. We should also work towards that. So we should encourage junior and now there is no promotional avenue for B group B C. Whereas straight away you enter as DF, if I am right. So that way, IMD should be encouraging such talents or also with more motivation and administration also. And first time an IAS or officer manned our IMD, Anshuli Arya IAS. She was there and she had such an acumen, even though she is from administrative knowledge. She accrued so much of knowledge in IMD, and she did a lot of things for planning and then for the projection of IMD. On this day, I remember her also as under Women and Weather. Now, as per the statistics in 2009, women in the post of director, they constitute 4% of the total workforce, but women in administrative posts constitute 1.6. And then with 6,000 and odd employees, let me not burden you with statistics. Nobody is going to remember. What I want to emphasize is the ratio is very, very poor. So my attempt is here only to mention some noteworthy meteorologists. Please pardon me. It is not an exhaustive one. And as I have already told, my tribute to all of them who have contributed, who are still contributing to the science of meteorology, particularly in IMD. So finally, as a chairperson of Vishaka Committee of IMD, I have not heard of or came across any adverse reports on me too during my tenure. That itself is a compliment to IIT's gentlemen colleagues. So that way it is the same, very safe place for the career prospects of women. And also, there is an advice, women should also know how to strike a balance between family, life and career. Also social thing, they have social life. They should know how to balance all these things, and yet they should prove their supremacy in all the spheres. There is a scope of them to break a family obligation also now, and you can again resume as a scientist. Am I correct, but Dr. Basu? You can take a sabbatical and then do your family obligation, and again you can join as a scientist. It is there. It is not there because there was a conference, when people came when I was at DDGM, WFDST thing, and then they are encouraged to take up after a sabbatical. Anyway, It is there. More are employed, I mean, recruited also in IITM and other things, after their sabbatical and all. I think so. Come back, I know that. So that is also very encouraging factor. So only within a stipulated time only they can make use of it. So I think that is also there to further their career prospects, even in spite of some hardships. And then, finally, women should be proud, and we should not take the umbrage that we are women, we are weaker ones, and then, but we must face equal challenges to men. And then we should also keep abreast of emerging fields. Like now there are so many things like numerical weather prediction, artificial intelligence, machine learning, I mean your DL, so many things are there. And I'm very happy even in the recent some mouse of issue, so many women are contributing in this direct neural network and other thing. So they should also pursue their research in the modern fields and keep abreast of that thing. And then finally, women should not exploit because they are women, and they should not be exploited. This is my message. But again, as I told you, in spite of poor women ratio, it is very heartening to see more and more qualified, talented young women joining IMD and climbing up the ladders, breaking the glass ceilings, and many of them exploring frontiers which were hitherto were only male based on. So this is all people are testimony to this thing. And then my wish is, may their tribe increase. Days are not far off when IMD gets a women head. Good luck. I'm sorry, I couldn't prepare in a hodgepodge thing, but this is not excuse for a thing. But anyhow, I really take this opportunity again to thank for giving me this platform to share some of my experience in IMD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, Team IMD has a surprise for you to relax and absorb the contents present till now. Are you ready? I hand over the mic to Dr. Seema Sen Roy for the same.
I know Soma has planned some surprise, but I'm not aware of what it is. I also want to be a part.
So we will take half an hour. We'll play a game, a meteorological game, so to say. Can anybody help to push these chairs back? बंद करें इसको एक मिनट. Yeah. So the game is very simple today. It's an half an hour game. Okay. Thanks. Hello. Okay, great.
Ranju?
So what we have done while this is being set up, I'll tell you. What we have done is we have taken 8 profiles of women in the society. It ranges from, can you please maximize it? Just quickly we'll go through because we'll discuss this. Please keep this in mind. You all have to participate in this game. Some people will be participating from the stage. You will be participating from the audience. Okay. So there are 8 profiles taken. So first profile is of Lakshmi. She is 41 years old. She and her husband are farmers with a small holding. Okay. We'll discuss more at the end. Niche aa jaiye. Second is Shanti. She is 66 years old. She and her husband are tribal people in Northeast India. This is the second profile we are taking. Third profile is Ananya, very beautiful name, and she is a white collar worker in a big city. And she has 2 daughters, aged 5 and 3. Okay. Fourth is Sudha. Have you lost count of the people? Lakshmi, Shanti, Ananya, Sudha. Sudha is housewife, and in a small city, she's well educated, but she's 50 years old, and she has 2 children. We'll discuss. So this is the 4th profile. Next, please. Next is Jaya. Jaya is a casual laborer. In the city, she's working in a construction project right now. So in Noida or in Gurgaon somewhere. So she's that kind of a woman. Okay. Next is Ria. She's 17 years old. She doesn't like to study. Her parents have restricted access to the telephone. Next person is Kanta. Okay. She is a vegetable vendor. Just remember the profession. The name is less important. Vegetable vendor in a city. So daily morning she takes vegetables outside. She sells and comes back. The last one is Rani. And the Rani is, she is a household help. She goes from house to house working. Okay. So these are is it all 8 has been discussed? So 8 people from our audience we've picked out. I think 8, right? So the idea is that, can you go to the presentation? Meteorological questions will be asked to these 8 people. Okay. Now, they're not standing according to their names. We will name B. C. Question say Honestly, okay. So 8 people, they are not as per. See, you have to guess when the question is asked. It is something like the TV tag game we play. You know, if a color is mentioned, that person takes a step forward. You have to guess who is the person at the end of the game who has moved the furthest. That person is the most disaster resilient. The person in the back of the one who's least disaster resilient. So that is the idea of this game. So a lot of responsibility on these people because they have to fight. According to that, they have to decide whether they have to take a step forward or remain in their place. इनको दिमाग लगाना है, but you are not free. You also have to decide who amongst them is the laborer, who amongst them is the white collar professional, who amongst them is the tribal, who is the housewife. Okay? Okay? Everybody has to play in this. Okay. So they will be speaking better. But these are the professions will be a housewife, middle-aged, white collar professional, young, farmer, tribal, laborer, student, and fine. You all got the picture. Okay, so they will all be standing this side, please come to this side. You will all be standing like this. No, this way. Oh, okay. They won't. So 8 questions are there. Anytime one person is able he will step forward, one step forward. Okay. Now your job is to guess who is the in class, who is the person, what is the identity of this person. Okay. Okay. So can we go to the first question, please? You all understood what you have to do? Okay. So they're all in the ready, steady, go position. First question is about climate change. Okay. Please read the question. IMD has stated that statistically, you've all read your actual profiles. IMD has stated that statistically your region is drying up over the years. You are noticing that water bodies are drying up in your region. Will you be able to overcome this setback with your present lifestyle? If yes, please take a step forward. Now, when we are saying water is drying up, please remember in big cities, the impact is felt less because you're getting piped water. So remembering that in smaller towns, in villages where water supply doesn't come regularly or you are dependent on agriculture, you will be more impacted. So if you're able to take this, if you're able to face this disaster or face this kind of hazard and still maintain your lifestyle, then please take a step forward. Who's taking the step forward? All of you. Great. I don't know who is who, but anyway, okay. Okay. 5 of them have taken a step. So please write A, B, C, G, H. Okay. First question, climate change. 5 of them have taken a step forward. Now you understand the game? Okay. Next question. Long range forecast. Okay. IMD has stated that rainfall is likely to be below normal in your region for the oncoming monsoon season. This has impact not just on agriculture, but also the price of essential commodities. You know, oil prices increase from 130 rupees to a liter to 160, 170 rupees to a liter. So remembering that, remembering the broader impact of a poor monsoon, remembering that, will you be able to take this setback and continue your present lifestyle? Please remember, continuing your present lifestyle would mean either you change the cropping pattern or you are rich enough that 130 to 160 doesn't matter. If you're able to overcome and maintain your lifestyle, then take a step forward. Okay, she is the only one. Anybody else? Please remember, on the drought-prone years, even where water-intensive crops are grown, farmers are advised to shift to less, like the millet program, pulses, lentils, because so that these are cash crops, but they are more useful to mitigate the effect of lack of monsoon rain. So taking all that into account, only one person has shifted forward. Is that okay? Okay. You're following the game, I hope. At the end, I will ask who is the person who's coming most forward. Okay. Okay. Next. Heat wave. IMD has declared that there is ongoing heat wave, hot day conditions in your area. Okay. Can you take mitigation measures by not working outside during the hot part of the day? You please remember the professions of the women and then decide the answer. Okay. If you can take this step, that means you can. Achha, you have written, right? I hope G has taken one. Okay. Okay. So during the heat wave conditions, if you have the liberty to not work during the middle part of the day when the sun is most hot, then you take a step forward. Outside, not I'm saying not work, but outside you won't have to work. If you're able to do that, then you take a step forward. So we have A, B, G, H. G has taken a step again. Okay. A, B, G, H has taken a step. Is that okay? Okay. Next question. Next question is a bit significant. Thunderstorm with lightning. Lightning has killed some of the livestock in your farm. If you're not a farmer, a member of your family was out working and that person has suffered serious debilitating injuries, will not be able to work now. Are you able to overcome its impact without government support? When I say government support, please remember government support does not come very easily. You might have to rely on Stridhan, which you may not have if you're very poor. Already every emergency, that jewelry gets pawned. So can you just overcome? Oh God, it's a tragedy, but you can overcome, your lifestyle can continue. If you can't continue, because lightning can strike anybody, anywhere. So if you can take that step, if you can overcome without any government support, then take a step forward. Who is taking a step forward? Okay. Okay, very nice. Okay. So who has taken it? A, B, D, E, G. G takes a lot of steps forward. Okay. D, E, and G. Is it okay? Okay. Yeah, discuss it out. Help them. I mean, they're also girls like you. Even they may not know what is exactly going on. Next is thunderstorm with hail. Okay. IMD has declared thunderstorms with hail over your area with a 2-hour notice. 2-hour notice. If you are able to overcome its impact, a step forward. Please remember, hailstorm warning. We have our officers from different offices. You know, hailstorm warning, give 2-3 hour notice maximum. Okay. But that is the warning going out. Okay? Remember the mobile access to these women. Remember their professions and decide whether you can take a step forward or not. Remember, hail is not going to impact some people. I'm counting. Okay, hail is not going to impact all people. You remember that? So even if it is a 2-hour notice or a 10-hour notice, you're not likely to be impacted. For some kind of women. Some kind of women, entire crop may get destroyed with the hail. Considering that, if you're able to overcome its impact, 2-hour notice, take a step forward. If you want, refer to your notes, whatever has been given to you. Okay? Mobile access, you see. Okay, who has taken a step forward, please? A, B, E. बोलिए madam, who बोलिए? A, B. You also move? Please say it. I don't. Whenever. Okay. Okay. Next question is pre-season preparedness. This is a very important factor when we are issuing a forecast. Okay. IMD has issued a severe weather warning. You do not have any source of information. I mean, other than looking at the sky and saying, oh, hail is coming or thunderstorm is coming. Other than that, you have no other means. Maybe you have the mobile, maybe you don't have the mobile. Then there is folk knowledge. Tribal people have their own thumb rules for what to take action, when to take action. Considering that, are you aware of if IMD has issued a severe weather warning? I'm not saying what scale or anything. There will be thunderstorms or there will be heavy rain in your area. So immediately some thumb rules people use. Considering that, will you be able to avoid its impact? If you're able to avoid its impact, take a step forward. Okay. Now say who has taken a step forward? No, start from here. Yeah, you can raise your hand also if you take a step. Okay. H बोल क्यों नहीं रहे मैडम? और से बोलिए ना. Yes, right. Next is forecast communication. Okay. Forecast communication in medium range, impact in medium range. IMD has announced on TV and radio. IMD has announced on TV and radio that there will be heavy rainfall due to tropical cyclone during the next 3 days in your area. Okay? Are you aware of this information and can you take mitigation measures? Now, I know none of you are from the coastal region right now here, but our coastal officers will say that this is not just TV and radio. Lot of state disaster management machinery comes into the picture. Neeta madam and Stella madam and Anisha. So you all know that lot of disaster management, other means jump into the picture when you're saying tropical cyclone related damages will start. Considering that this information has been more uniformly communicated to everybody, will you be able to take mitigation measures? If yes, take a step forward. Okay? Okay, put your hand up. Who has taken? Mention the names. Madam, go to No, don't. Okay. A, C, D, E, G. Is it okay? Okay. Okay, next please. Is this the last? No. Okay, fine. 8 questions asked. Can you say who is the topper in this whole G? Okay. Now. No. Okay. Okay. Let us speak up. Madam, please speak out. What is your career profile?
I am a white collar professional and I'm 30 years old. I and my husband have jobs in a busy city. We have two daughters aged 5 and 3. Our salaries are equal and earning rupees 2 lakh rupees per month. That is fixed. We have 2 smartphones, 1 iPad and 2 computers. We also have a car. I'm highly educated and busy. I love watching happening events and news on TV and smartphone.
Now, please understand. Not only the resources, but she's also following the news on TV and news. So whatever, and her mobile also. So she's well connected with the disaster information. So disaster risk mitigation is easiest for her. In this room, remember, we represent Ananya. We are all represented by Ananya. And who do we have to take care of? We have to take care of people with the back. So all of you have decided. Okay, Renu? No, you stand there. Stand there and say. Please.
Yes, I am Lakshmi. I am 41 years old. I and my husband are farmers with a small holding. We have 4 children and the age group of 7 to 18. We have 2 cows and 4 goats. Our approximate earning is just rupees 20,000 per month from selling our farm produce and dairy. Our area is generally dry and we follow rain-fed agriculture pattern in our region. We have 1 mobile smartphone in the family, which is mainly used by children for studying and my husband to do the business. I am illiterate and have access to the phone only to talk to relatives.
This is the please remember, this is the moment. Please take back. That's the information. All of not it's not even accident. There is a gap. Statistically, such women and men are most vulnerable to any kind of disaster with short lead time information. Okay. Now, who is the next person? Next, who is second? In highest, who is second? Can you start from here? Who do you think H? H is being asked who is H? Oh, sorry, this question has not been answered. Yes, or no? Sorry, this was the last. Okay, good. So, H, what do you think is H? Student. Who says student? Hands up, please. And who says housewife? I myself don't know who it is. जो दोनों चीज में हाथ उठाए. So I think housewife is more hands. Now you speak up.
Hello, I am Ria. I am a student age 17. I am a student of class 12. My parents have restricted access to a phone, but I like watching extreme weather videos and YouTube and TV when I get the chance. We have two smartphones which my parents use. I don't have a salary. My father works in a middle range job and my mother is housewife. We live in a semi-urban area with a lot of orchards and vicinity. Sometimes after school, I play with friends in the afternoon in these areas.
Please remember, madam, that recently there was a study by Anand Shankar. You know him in our Bihar office, MC Bihar, Patna. The officer showed, and there in Malda last year also that has happened. A lot of deaths happen in the school children age who are playing in orchards. when suddenly thunderstorms start. So restricting phone access is good, but at least she's seeing extreme weather videos. So she's better prepared when the thunderstorm comes, even though she doesn't have information. You understand that? Yeah. Now, who is the other person? So who is he?
Wrong guess. I'm Kanta, a vegetable vendor in a big city. I'm 39 years old. I'm semi-illiterate. I sell my vegetables on my own cart. I have one daughter who is 12 years old and studies in a local government school. I earn approximately rupees 10,000 per month. I have a mobile smartphone which I use. We live in a one-room ground floor flat which is very old and needs repair immediately.
But she is pretty much well prepared. So you see, the three city-dwelling people are better prepared than others. And who is she, please?
Hello, I am Sudha. I am a housewife and I am well educated and 50 years old. I have two sons. My husband earns 1 lakh per month. We have a smartphone, an iPad, and two computers. We live in a big town. We also have a car, but only my husband can drive. I love watching happening events and news on TV and smartphone. सबके रह जाएंगे बाकियों के बता दे
See your head. See. Okay, now get up.
I am a Rani. I am a housemaid. I am 44 years old, semi-literate. I have one son who is 15 years old and studies in a local government school. My income is 12,000. I have my old parents-in-law residing with me and dependent on me. My husband works as a farm laborer on our land, which is mortgaged to a moneylender in the village. I have a mobile smartphone which I use. We live in a one-room ground floor house, but the colony environment is not very good.
He's talking about but really surprising. This is something. Yes, yes, but she no, she is not saying it. Okay, now she's going to speak.
Hello, I'm Jaya. I'm a casual laborer. I'm 29 years old. I'm illiterate. I'm currently working at a construction site in a big city. I have 3 children aged between 2 and 8. My husband has a simple phone which he uses to call people in village. I also talk to them on the phone. Our income together is rupees 10,000 variable per month.
Hello everyone. I am Shanti. I am 66 years old. I and my husband are from one of the tribes in Northeast India. We are mainly dependent on the forest products. We live alone. We do not have much contact with the outside world and sell forest products in the local village market. Our approximate earning is rupees 5,000 per month. We follow and slash burn cultivation agricultural pattern in our region. We have no smartphone in our family. I am illiterate and I have access to the phone from the friends to talk to the relatives.
You can see for yourself that I'm not industry needs to target these things.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Suma, very nice, very interesting. Congratulations to you. Just a query, I mean, actually, just struck my mind. The one who spoke behind is a farmer.
Yes.
Now, government has.
So let's start with our next.
Farmers, so that means, can we say that actually it is not reaching the last? Although there are so many states.
That's the resilient. Maximum programs are but yeah, this is not really. We do this is an exercise. Please remember to talk about the investment. This is what this is the yes.
Shall we start, ma'am? So we will start with our next speaker. Srimati Rajeshwari Malgoda has studied International Masters in Rural Development in European universities and DAAD Fellow and joined NRLM with rich work experience in various national and international organizations at administrative level. She has designed policy documents on gender mainstreaming, agriculture exam aspects of GIZ, UNDP, World Bank, and Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Currently, she is working as Director, Rural Livelihoods in the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Now I invite Srimati Rajeshwari Malagota for talk on harnessing weather services for women, strengthening farm livelihoods under day NRLM.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank IMD for inviting me for this wonderful occasion of your 150 glorious years of celebration. And also, I would like to congratulate IMD for this contribution to the country in the field of weather and meteorological things. Me being agriculture graduate, I have been known for this meteorology. We had this thing installed in our university also. So I relate that, and also the theme of this women and weather is something very interesting, and I would like to congratulate IMD for that as well. To begin with, I'm Rajeshwari, representing MORD, Ministry of Rural Development, in the Department of NRLM as Director. So in the last exercise where it got stopped is the last mile delivery is not being happening. So I guess my presentation would give some sort of solutions for that, because many ministries across in the Delhi, what I could see is we talk a lot, we conceptualize, we ideate, schemes banate hai, policies banate hai, but I don't know how much of it is really reaching the last person of the community. And this is where we try to pitch in. Morning in the earlier sessions also, we got to hear many of the experts, with due respect to all the dignitaries who are present in person here and also have joined online. We could hear from them that SAGs, what is the roles played by self-help groups in this entire movement of empowerment, women empowerment. So in this direction, I would like to first update the audience, whoever are present here. We had a MOU. Mohapatra sir and Ravichandran sir were also present with the secretary level पे वो MOU हुआ है on 10th of October. RD, Ministry of RD and Ministry of Meteorology, we have a MOU to work together. So in that direction, I am present here to present like what would be the lines of working in tandem in coming days, years to reach whatever the things, because at the same time when you are celebrating with Jayanti ma'am is also here 150 years ka, I also want to ask you people, well, how many people out of your scientific arena have heard about IMD or the services which is being like the last person, the woman or the man, or the farmers for that matter, who really look forward for the data or the weather being provided from IMD. That is also a question we need to like really retrospect ourselves. That's okay. So first I would like to give the scenario of what NRLM is working on. NRLM works with basically enhancing livelihood opportunities for women, especially in rural areas. When we say rural areas, it is both farm and non-farm. But here, regarding to this IMD wala, what MOU we have, the agreement what we have with IMD is basically focusing on farm livelihood activities. So when it comes to farm livelihoods outreach, NRLM is working across 723 districts in the state, in the country, covering across 6,000 blocks and 3,16,437 villages, 457 villages में हमारा presence है. When I say we have our presence, I mean to say we have our community resource persons working there actively. We also got to hear about Krishi Sakis already, the ones who are taking all these things to the last mile ladies. So we have well-trained awareness created didis जो है, they are present in this 3 lakh plus villages in the country. So what are all the major farm livelihood? Because when we say weather, when we say weather forecast, these are the ones it was very beautifully demonstrated through the last exercise. Who's the one who's highly impacted? So I did not again go take that path, because this is the people who are having livestock. The livestock get usually affected by the lightning. They are dead most of the cases. They get killed because of lightning and thunderstorms, and crops get devastated, destroyed completely because of sudden rainfalls, heavy rainfalls, hailstorm, whatever it is. So the major chunk of the population which takes the brunt of extreme climate things is farmers, what I can say. So again, the same thing, the coverage of NRLM activities across the country is huge. And we also have farmer organizations through producer groups, producer enterprises, farmer producer organizations, FPOs, what we usually talk about. So I would like to say the outreach is at a commendable level. And what our approach, what we are doing is knowledge and awareness creation, sectoral interventions that would not be relevant for this forum. But this is something which we have to a little bit discuss in depth. So challenges of women farmers usually when it comes to climate vulnerability, disproportionately affected women farmers due to limited access to climate resilient resources. They don't have most of the times information about it. The information doesn't reach the women, and limited land ownership is also a criteria. Resource inequality. Most of the, just 5% of the women farmers have lands in their names. And market and financial exclusion is also very important factor, which pushes a woman towards climate vulnerability. And when it at the same on the same platter, when we look at the other side, it is gender inequality, which comes with wage disparity, whenever majorly with agriculture laborers, exclusion from decision making, drudgery in farm related activities. We have seen most of the plucking. It might be cotton or potato, whatever the drudgery things that is majorly dealt by women folk. and heavy workload होता है उनका, घर में भी करना पड़ता है काम, and also the farm related activities, livestock responsibilities, sir, most of the cases human takes care of. Skill and knowledge gaps, and along with that we have social norms, we have menstrual obligations in many of the areas where women are not allowed to get inside the home or do certain things when they are having their menstruation periods time. So these are all the social norms which a woman should also have to undergo. So what we are through this association working with IMD, what we look forward for benefits through weather services is weather information services milega. As I already explained, we have, I say it proudly, we have 5 lakh plus CRPs, community resource persons है हमारा दीदीज है, who can efficiently take your weather resources immediately to our farmer groups. ये जो फार्मा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमने बनाया है ऑलरेडी, वी हैव प्रोड्यूसर ग्रुप्स, वी हैव प्रोड्यूसर एंटरप्राइजेस, एफपीओस, so they work closely with these institutions. So this weather information services, if you can pass it on to our didis, they can immediately disseminate. The level of dissemination would happen at a high scale. That's what I want to say. And gender sensitive advisory services, capacity building kar sakte hain, and mobile based solutions can also be. That is the big thing which we all look forward for. So mobile based solutions can be passed on. So when we say weather services strengthening, how can we strengthen the farm livelihoods? It is through building climate resilient farming practices is very much important. And disaster preparedness, if a farmer beforehand knows there could be lightning, he can protect his assets. He can take care of his animals. He can put them in a safer place. And agri-nutri garden optimizations, livestock health management, improved market linkages kar sakte hain hum based on the rainfall. If there is a delay in the rainfall in a particular year, how we can plan his crop cycles, that is also very important for a farmer. So all these things can be well planned at block level, at district level, if we have this information well beforehand. And customized weather information dissemination, capacity building, again the same things. So pathways, and as to take forward these collaborations, what we look forward for integrated planning is very much essential. In coming days, we can have a combined meeting or sort of thing to plan the way ahead, how we can take these initiatives forward in an integrated manner. We can plan a work plan bana sakte hain. Technology integration is very important. You people, like a bunch of scientists are sitting here, experts who are in the field of meteorology and the usage of instruments, how it should be used. So a technology integration is also very important. You can train our didis how to use it in a very simple manner, simplified manner, so she can easily understand and start using it. And gender mainstreaming, that is the crux of this seminar आज का जो crux है, that is gender mainstreaming, which needs to happen through this weather initiatives as well as market access support and awareness campaigns का तो need to happen. That's what I meant when I asked the question. What level of awareness you people from IMD have created all these years of 150 years what you have taken? So awareness campaign, how we can fasten up. You definitely are being doing it. I don't want to sound critical यहाँ पे, but that needs to be taken up in a very high or revolutionized mode. We need to really take it up in a big scale. Thank you. That's it from my side. Well, if there is any points for discussions, I'm available. If not, thank you.
Ma'am, just I want to substantiate your points.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm heading Andhra Pradesh. So there, what we do is we conduct a lot of farmers program. So being because we give focus for all the sectors. So one part is the agriculture. So in that again we conduct farmers program. Through the agriculture universities they conduct, and we are also involved, and we give this awareness in vernacular language there itself. And another point I would like to mention is, say during the bad weather time, especially during thunderstorm and lightning, so we give the message through common alert protocol, because at the time it can reach crores of people. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
After lunch break, we'll take you.
Yeah. 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 So through mobile phones, no, immediately through voice message, as you said, people sometimes they're illiterate. So through just a voice message in their, the state language, vernacular language, they get in within half an hour. The lightning is going to strike in your place. Please go to the safer place, like that. So that's a good thing. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. Shall I start? Yeah.
Because of paucity of time, I think all the talk should be restricted to 10 minutes. So our next speaker is
Dr.
Tuni
Usha. Dr. Tuni Usha is presently working as Scientist G in National Center for Coastal Research, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and over 25 years of experience in the field of geoinformatics. Her domain expertise is in the application and development of geospatial solutions for addressing issues related to coastal ecosystems, hazards, vulnerability, and risk. She is also the recipient of Wells University Award, Achiever in Science 2017, and also received History India Award for achievement in GIS for the work done on developing the Chennai flood warning system. I would like to invite Dr. Tuni Usha to give her presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. So I guess I'll be the last presentation before lunch. I won't make you wait for lunch, so I'll try to stick to my time. So basically, we heard a lot of things about women achievers, and I'm starting with Swati Basu, ma'am. She gave a list of all the women achievers in meteorology, and followed by Jayanti, ma'am. So I'm reminded of the quote of Serena Williams, who said that we are strongest when we support each other. So it's so nice to see that so many names have been mentioned through the course of this time. So I will now, based on all their experience, we have now come to a place where we are able to develop applications, and I'm heading this project. So it is integrated flood warning system for the megapolis, and it is one of the collaborative efforts of all MOS institutes. It started with the office of PSA. Swati ma'am was involved right from the beginning. We had Dr. Mahapatra also right from the beginning. We all institutes from NCCR, IMD, NCMR, WF, IITM, all institutes of MOS along with state government have worked in the development of this flood warning system. Actually, to be very honest, I came to know about Madam only when I saw the doodle that Google gave. So I hope some of us would achieve something so that few years in future we would have a doodle to our names. So coming to what we have been doing, so this project actually started in 2015, and Chennai hasn't changed much. From 2015 to 2023 also, we've been having the same kind of waters, though the government has done a lot of things. So this project actually originated from the office of PSA for development of the Chennai flood warning system. A lot of IITs, IIT Bombay, IIT Chennai, all were involved, and of course NCCR also was involved. So this is one picture that happened of the floods in 2015. Amudaji is there. Our entire Saidapat bridge was underwater. So I stay in the first floor. We had water up to 9 feet in my ground floor. So we went through this process. So at that time, we actually didn't know whether we will be working in the development of a flood warning system. But now, about 8 years later, this is now part of the standard operating procedures of the heavy rainfall for impact-based forecast given out by IMD. And I'll just tell you what we are doing in this system and where we have come. And Swati ma'am will be happy to know from the library scenario, we have evolved a long way. And this is how this is where we stand now. So now we have an integrated flood warning system for Chennai, Mumbai, Calcutta is under development. And under Mission Mausam, Tara's heading, we'll also do it for Delhi, I guess. So this is the architecture of this whole system. This is quite data hungry. We have a data assimilation model wherein we feed data on meteorology, hydrology, thematic layers. Then we have a flood module wherein we run the hydrologic module, the hydraulic, hydrodynamic module. Then we have the inundation module to see how the water spreads on either side. Then we have the vulnerability module wherein we calculate the risk involved at what level, and then this is disseminated. The structure is ready. Of course, everything depends on the rainfall. So, but I'll just tell you how the system is working. So as I told you, this system is data hungry. So the more amount of data you get, the better kind of risk you will be able to calculate. So we have population data, socioeconomics. Then suppose you have a storm, we also feed in data from tides, storm surges. We have water levels, rating curves. Then we have all the weather models right from MMI, which has been added recently. I'll tell you what all models are there. Then we have the primary data sets, which are the elevation and the bathymetry. So without elevation and bathymetry, you cannot create the flood warning system. So when we did for Mumbai, we did a complete bathymetry survey of all the rivers in Mumbai with the help of IMD Mumbai. Similarly, we did it for Chennai also. So all that data sets goes into this model. So this DEM is actually 5 by 5 meters we have data. Without that, we won't be able to calculate the inundation. So this is based on discussions with Dr. Mahapatra and IMD. This is now the MET data that is available in the system. We have NCOM, we have WRF, then we have MME, NCOM R and climatology data. So all this data set is available for each of these cities in one particular application. So it's up to the forecaster to decide what they want to and then study it and then give it their forecast. But all data sets, we have pulled it in one application. And then the flood model runs for all these applications. The slide is not moving. Okay. For Mumbai, a lot of other data sets were also available. So the tide, which is very critical. Suppose if you have high tide, the water will not go into the oceans. This is a problem in Chennai. So we have a lot of residence time. Suppose you have high tide, then there's no place for the water to go inside. So the tidal information is also fed into the model. Similarly, water levels from all the major lakes and reservoirs are also fed into the model. So taking all this is the flood module. So the water, when it rains in the catchment area, as the water flows down into the rivers and the lakes and the catchment area, the models run and we see how the water spreads on either sides of the floodplain. So this is just a small. Can you just wait? So this is the Adaya River. So how the water spreads on either sides of the floodplain. This every time there is a heavy rainfall, we run it for all the major cities. So there is a model in place. So based on the rainfall, it can be run and the outputs can be disseminated. So it will tell you the flow of water, how it is spreading. Now this is actually the airport area, how it is getting inundated if the Adaya River overflows. So that kind of model is now in place. It also tells you the flow of water. So last time when it rained in Pallikarnai, the residence time was 3 days. Water didn't flow out of our campus at all. So now we are trying to understand why it didn't flow out, though we are staying in the Pallikarnai marshland. It's supposed to be the huge thing. But since still water didn't flow now. So these patterns are very essential when you study these the flood warning. So finally, the system works like this. Based on all the weather models that come into the system, there's a decision support system which takes each of this model. Dr. Mahapatra. Yeah. So based on that, this system is working. So this is the complete architecture. You get all this data, it goes into our server, it runs for the various models, and then output is calculated like this. I'll just show you the final output for impact-based forecasting. Sorry. Okay, so at what level we'll be able to give the information provided we get the rainfall data in advance. So that is how the system works. So this is now in operation for 3 areas. We will work on Delhi also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so. Thank you so much, Usha. Just a small query, whether this is being used by the local municipal corporation?
Of course, ma'am, actually
They have been trained for that.
No, we only run everything and we give it through IMD to them. But they know that the system is in place, and every time there is a this heavy rainfall warning from IMD, they will ask one of our persons to be with them with their state disaster management center.
But whether they have improved in evacuation of people, I mean, loss of lives have improved.
We
since
don't
this
have
system-
that kind of data.
Those are the kind of things which
Maybe
we
next
have
step
to
we
know.
will
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time to express our respect and gratitude to the speakers of our technical session till now. I request Shrimati Ranju Madam, Scientist G, to kindly felicitate by presenting them a memento as a token of gratitude for sparing their precious time to grace this occasion and enlightening us with their wisdom. So first is Shrimati Rajeshwari Malagoda, Director RL MORD. Please give a big hand. Now next is Dr. N. Jayanti, former ADGM, RMC Chennai IMT. Dr. N. Jayanti. Dr. Tuni Usha, National Center for Coastal Research. Thank you, Ranju ma'am. Today, we are delighted to felicitate a few retired colleagues whose contributions have been outstanding and whose legacy continues to inspire us all. These women have not only excelled in their professional lives, but also have paved the ways for others to follow. Let us now begin the felicitation ceremony. I request guest of honor, Dr. Swati Basu, to please felicitate our respected retired colleagues. Swati Basu, ma'am. Srimati Rupa Jaggi, scientist, she was retired as a scientist E from RMC New Delhi, Safdarjung in the year 2017. Please give a big hand. Shrimati Reva Sharma. Reva Sharma, ma'am. नहीं है अभी. Okay. Shrimati Sharda Sharma, ma'am. She was retired as a meteorologist from SATMET in 2017. Shrimati Santosh Arora. She retired in the year 2012 from DGM as AM1. Shrimati Santosh Arora. She is retired from DGM in the year 2012 as a AM1. Next in the line is Shrimati Vimla Advani. She was retired in 2015 from UAL as AM1. Till now, ma'am. And very lively person also. Now next is Srimati Kavita Majumdar. She was retired in 2014 from NHAC as AM1. Next is Shrimati Shalini Makhija. Shrimati Shalini Makhija. She is retired in 2009 from DGM GS. Next is Srimati Sunila Mahan. She was retired in 2013 from SETMET as SA. Reva Sharma ma'am is present here. I think her registration is done, but okay. Any other retired ladies whose registration is left and but present here? Okay. Thanks, Swati ma'am and Ranju ma'am. हाँ सो वहाँ पे जाना है एक मिनट देखो यार एक मिनट आ रही है ओके हम वेट कर लेते हैं just 1 minute we are waiting for Eva ma'am ठीक है so we will now break for lunch and please proceed to the Arnav Hall 3rd floor of this building and enjoy your meal we will meet at the same place for the next technical sessions after half an hour thank you very much and have a pleasant lunch
Presenters whose PPTs are not shared, have you put it in this case, please? Specifically, Ms. Garima Sharma, it is there. Ms. Sandhya KG. Okay, okay. And Professor Kakule, they have seen it. Dr. Meena Kumari. Who else is left, please? Yes, sir, madam. You have 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes. Huh?
Yeah.
Hello. The color is different.
We can use this monitor for the next. This one, this is once. Okay. Okay. Start.
So good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to the post-lunch session. First of all, I thank the organization, particularly Renju Madam, for making me available here, and thank you for the invitation, and I am privileged to be here, part of this celebration. So I just, this is just reiteration of whatever that in the inaugural session that all of our esteemed speakers, they already spoken more about all those things. This is just a reiteration of what they have spoken in the morning session. So gender equality and equity. So we are talking about equality, but we have to address the equity also. So that empowering women in meteorological sciences. So this, as we know that the gender equality is the fifth that sustainable that SDG defined by the UN. And if there is SAS to gender equality, then we have the empowerment of women also. So then these things everybody knows, but still I'm just put in my presentation that is what is gender. So you know that gender and sex, they are different. Sex means it is the biological difference. It is coming that male and female. And gender means it is the cultural and socially constructed different norms. And it can change by time and by place also. So it is not fixed kind of thing. And gender equality means is the state of equal ease of access to everything, irrespective of that whatever the gender it is coming. So that is the gender equality. So then if we are talking about the gender equality, there comes the gender equity. So what is the gender equity? So gender equality means that like suppose in IMD, they are making mass recruitment. So everybody is applicable, means whoever is eligible to apply. So whether it is men or women, they can apply for the position. And if you see that all women are posted in the remote areas and men in the places where that all the facilities are there. So there the gender equality is there, but gender equity is not coming there. So if women are in the remote area, they don't have the facility like basic facilities are not there. So in that case, we have to provide the equity. So this is what the just example of gender equality and gender equity. So if you are providing the equal thing to everybody, that is equality. So when to ensure the equity, we have to make sure that everybody is having all the access.
So gender equity is also very important. So when we talk about the gender equality, we should keep in mind that we should provide the facilities to maintain the gender equity also. Gender equity means it doesn't mean it is women only, that in that men also there are that underprivileged people. So there also we need to provide the equity. So then the importance of gender equality, what are the importance? So this is already we discussed in the morning. So improved forecast. So if we give more participation of women in that forecast division or the disaster risk management division. So as IMD people, they better know than me. So then diverse perspective will lead to more accurate and effective forecasting. So women knows the problems of women. So they can make more effective warning and more effective forecast to the disaster risk and better forecast also. Then enhanced disaster preparedness, empowered community. So that women involvement is very much in the forecast and the disaster preparedness. And building inclusive environment. So for this, by that there is gender equality, then we have to make sure the inclusive environment. For inclusive environment, that we should make a environment that anti-harassment policies. That means I think that in almost all the institution we have the ICC, that is the Internal Complaint Committee. So that anti-harassment policies and anti-harassment environment should be there, and flexible work arrangements should be there, supporting work-life and social that balance and family responsibility. So if you consider women and men, women are more responsible for the family related thing and caregivers, all those things. So then that work-life balance should be that flexible work arrangement for this work-life balance should also be there. Then this is very important, mentorship and supporting network. So means for most of the women, what is lacking is the mentorship. So many of us here are privileged to have good mentors, even if it is the mentors may be women or men. So, but if they are providing guidance and encouragement to women scientists, that is very important for getting the maximum output from them. So then what is the barriers to the gender equity? So we are talking about gender equality and inclusiveness, but there are barriers, that is the underrepresentation that we know, and gender bias and lack of mentorship. So these are the barriers. And why gender matters in disaster risk reduction. So that is differential impact. This also we discussed in the morning. So the impact of that disaster, that is different in on men and women. So if you are seeing the middle-aged women, that they are near to their menopause and all those things, so they are more vulnerable to many of the disasters. And if you see the pregnant women, they are also more vulnerable to that heat conditions and air pollution, all those things. So the differential impact, the impact is not same on men and women. And missed opportunities, that is also there. So then delivering gender responsive services and relief effort. So that's what we discussed in the morning session. Ensure that relief efforts meet the specific needs of women and girls. So whenever we are giving the cyclone, that evacuation and all that Soma madam also told, so we have to make sure that women and girls, they have all the facility, that sanitation, then hygiene, all those things should be there. Provide safe spaces for women and girls during emergencies. That also. So we are evacuating people, but at the same time, we have to make sure that they are getting all the facility. Then address gender-based violence and other forms of discriminating the relief efforts. So then what is the distance that it is not proportionate, that we know the vulnerability to natural disasters. So this is because of social norms, that there are some traditions that I think with time it is changing, that we know many of the things are changed. And economic factors also, that women often have lower economic opportunity, all those things. And health concern, that also we discussed. Then the gender roles, the traditional gender roles can create obstacles for women participation in decision making and leadership during disaster response. So then during disaster time, that if we include women also in that team, so then they can means allocate the provisions or the provisions or the support for ladies and girls. And communication gap also we discussed, that Soma madam, she did that game. So there we came to know that even though IMD and that MOES, Ministry for Science, it is doing lot of services, but it is not reaching to the
last person who needs this information that is not reaching to the last person. So then we need to think that how we can send this information, or how we can make sure that this information has reached to the last person also. So then lack of support also it is required. So even if we are telling the government is doing many things, but that even money is there, then land is there, all those things, but the person or the people, the society, or the group who wants this, it is not reaching to them. So that also we have to make sure. So then climate stress, also it is almost the same thing. Then that economic impacts, health disparities, and moving forward, what we can do is the climate service. We can include more women in the climate service, and the health education, policy advocacy, advocacy, all those things we have to include. We have to make sure more women are included, means involving in this areas. And if you see that critical need for clean water and sanitation, and so this is very important: access to safe water, improved sanitation and hygiene education, gender sensitive programs, community participation. All those things are very important, and many in our office, and many of our office, they are doing this, many of the programs, but it is within us only, that it is not going out of our office. So maybe we need to include those group that who needs more information about this thing. So next time, whenever IMD or other institution, including NCMRW, if you are planning for some sort of this meeting, then we can invite those people also. Okay. So this is that. Then how we can promote women leadership and participation. So even if we heard that many of the women scientists are there in the front end, but we don't have a women director general, we don't have a secretary for women secretary for Ministry of Sciences. I remember only Swati madam is the director, women director. We have among all the MOS institutions. Otherwise, we have many leadership leaders, women leaders, but in the front end, we don't have any, means we never had a women scientist or women leader to lead us. So then that is the thing. Then by prioritizing gender equality and equity, we can build a more resilient and equitable future where everyone benefits from effective weather and climate service. So I will stop here. This is just reiteration of whatever that morning we have done. So then I want to share some of my experience, in the sense what the mentorship I got. So it is not like that I got the mentorship from only women. I got mentorship from the men also, like Swati madam, then Munmun madam, then Praveen sir, then Prasad sir, then all our heads, that NCMRW head, they were supporting us. Not only me, all, means it is irrespective of gender. So means I am privileged, and thank you for inviting to me to this meeting, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mrs. Garima Sharma, Scientist A, Additional Director from CPCB. She will discuss on the topic Mapping Air Quality Across 336 Cities in India, Insights from 3 Decades of Monitoring, 1987 to 2019.
Garima Sharma, you are allotted 10 minutes.
Yes,
We'll
ma'am.
be very strict. At the stroke of 8 minutes, we'll give you some cue.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try to keep it very short and crisp. Thank you so much, ma'am. So I'm going to talk about country's air quality, how it has changed over the years, and what is it in future for us. The weather patterns play a very significant role in determining resultant air quality in any city. So we've had many policies and regulations, but I think there were 3 pivotal movements in the history of air quality that changed how the people in the country perceive air quality. They understood the challenges of air pollution. Number 1 was the effects on Taj Mahal. Number 2 was Bhopal gas tragedy. So it disproportionately affected the women. And in fact, there's a research that says that 24%, yes, 24% instantaneous abortions have happened during that time. And later on also there are reproductive challenges, infertility issues, and various other social and economic problems due to that tragedy. And the third one was Delhi air quality crisis of 2016. And since then also we have many air quality episodes in Delhi, which restricts the women's mobility, equal economic opportunities, and various health effects are also there. So CPCB develops the ambient air quality standards in India, and there are 12 parameters right now: particulate matters, SO2, NO2, as you must be aware, and they are revised from time to time. And we have a monitoring network of 1,500 monitoring stations, the real-time and manual stations. And we take data from IMD also, forecasting details, and that helps us prepare our air quality management plans. So this study that I'm going to present very briefly is for 1987 to 2019. For 3 parameters it was done: particulate matter, SO2, and NO2. And it divided the country, classified the country into 6 geographical regions. So I'll just briefly present what were the findings, and what they were actually interesting findings in this. So there has been an increase in the monitoring stations in the country, and specifically it was very high in the northeast and Himalayan regions, because initially there were very less stations. In 1980s, it was just 8 stations in northeast. But as industrial activities grew, especially in Himalayan region, Uttarakhand, and so their monitoring network increased, and it closely paralleled the GDP growth in the country. So as financial resources grew in the country, the environment concerns also escalated, prompting a growing demand for reliable data. Now, this is a very interesting slide over here. So it shows that there was a significant steep increase in the national annual average PM10 concentration in the country from 2009. And it sustained in the subsequent years. Now, this elevation is so sharp that we have not reverted to pre-2006 national annual average particulate matter concentrations in the country. Now, there are many possible reasons for this elevation and sustained, it is a sustained elevation. The first one is, of course, the drought of 2009. So it increased the coarse particulate matter in the country, impacting especially the Indo-Gangetic Plain, central and northwest regions. Then at the same time, the economic activities in the country increased after the global financial crisis of 2007 and 8. And there was surge in the domestic coal consumption of the indigenous coal, which has high ash content. This all coupled with the construction activity increase and the increase in the monitoring network made this concentration level from 2009 onwards very high in the country. However, on the other hand, the national annual average SO2 and NO2 concentrations have never exceeded the standards. And you can see here, the SO2 has had a decreasing trend in the country. The national annual average has a decreasing trend in the country. And this is a result of India's clean energy initiatives, various government policies, and strict enforcement for SO2 emissions from the industrial sector, especially thermal power plants and cement units. The NO2 has been relatively consistent with few years of dips. Now, it is important that we discuss the region-wise, what was the contribution of particulate matter. So, as it can be seen here, the northeast region mostly has very low PM10 concentrations, and IGP recorded highest PM10 levels. And the regional factors have profound impact on the air quality of a country. So whether it's topography, meteorology conditions, even the population density and intensity of economic activities. And we also calculate the population weighted exposure levels, and they were found to have the similar pattern as particulate matter concentrations. So that means that over the years, the public's exposure to particulate matter has increased in the country, and across the region, it has increased everywhere. So, and this is especially important in case of the vulnerable population. So it is pregnant women, kids, the elderly women, they are all at the risk of increased PM10 concentration in the country. However, the SO2 concentrations and their corresponding exposure levels have decreased. Also, the NO2 has a fluctuating but stable trend in the country. Then we did a trend analysis for industrial cities also, and they mirrored the national trends that since 2009, the particulate matter concentrations are increasing in the country, and there's a strong influence of industrial activities in it. So it is also corroborated in the 6 major cities in the country. They follow the national trend. However, Shimla and Chennai, they exhibit a delayed increase in the level of PM10 concentration increase. And this study actually has been done under the guidance of Dr. Prashant Gargav. He is former member secretary of CPCB and director NCAP and IIT Delhi, Dr. Harsha Kota from IIT Delhi, and Dr. Medhavi. And I would like to stop here, and I would like to actually thank all the women scientists of IMD and IITM for contributing towards the forecasting and the early warning systems. Your contribution has been very, very helpful for us, the women scientists of pollution control boards, in taking informed, timely decisions and in getting them implemented. And I'm happy to inform that out of 130 polluted cities, as per the latest data of 2024, we have improved particulate matter concentration in 95 cities. So thank you all very much. We really appreciate your contribution.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to invite our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Thara Prabhakaran, Scientist G in IITM, Pune. She will be presenting online. The topic is Inspiration and Responsibility as a Weather Women.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we are running short of time, so please be concise and try to complete in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll try my best to complete in 10 minutes. I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So, here, I'm first of all very thankful to all of you for inviting me, especially to DGIMD for the invitation and all the distinguished guests there. I have listened to many of them and known scientists. I'm very grateful for all. You're all the inspiration, and so I thought to give a title like Inspiration and Responsibility to Be and as a Weather Woman. I'm from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, and today I wanted to just also say this, that 3rd January, it is the birth anniversary of first female teacher and social reformer Savitribai Phule, who educated girls. So it is a very unique day for this particular event that we are having. So actually my inspiration, I must say that I was indeed recommended by actually by Miss Mani to her friend, Professor Dr. Inge Dirmin from Austria. Actually, both of them worked on radiation, and my professor developed a radiation instrument. So this is something that is not much talked about. So I thought I will just reveal this, and I'm so honored to. Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm so honored to indeed say this, this connection. And from IITM, I have several other distinguished scientists who are indeed inspiration. Mary Selvam Madam and Salvekar Madam. Indeed, I want to tell very precisely. And the next is all of my colleagues at IITM. They're all in various ways. They're all very much inspiring and educating for me, as well as for everyone. And my point is that we need to talk about our stories, as well as we need to actually tell the stories of girls around us and promote them. This is very important for this particular agenda. And when we talk about IITM, actually the percentage of women at IITM, it has been around 30%, and it is recently decreasing because there are several women that are retiring as well. And, also, women scientists are around 50. It used to be around 50. Now it is around 42 or so. And there is a decreasing trend even in the administrative staff as well. And when we talk about publications by the IITM scientists, however, there is an increase, and in IITM we typically make around 200 publications a year. And I'm very proud to say that there are several ladies, several girls that are indeed publishing effectively and contributing to the growth of the institute. However, our investment for the future, like the women PhDs, we have to make a significant leap in this. These numbers are only single digit right now, and we need to make significant leap. That is something we have to think. And we need, as far as I'm concerned, we need to get inspired and inspire several women to make rapid progress. And this is very important. And also, present day women are empowered. They don't want empowerment, but they want to strive for equity and gender balance. And we have to support, encourage, empower, and sensitize and give opportunities and value and exercise empathy. This is important. In the event of climate change, there are several aspects that are indeed important. From morning, we are hearing from all the dignitaries about the food security or exposure to heat or the air quality. Just before me, there was a lecture on that, and extreme weather events and vector-borne diseases and water quality issues, etc. But all of these are actually, we have to consider in the gendered perspective, which is actually lacking in the research as well. This is key for reducing the risk in the current scenario. Just because, and I'll be talking a little bit about the exposure to heat, just because the women are exposed to compounding effects. Today morning it was discussed about, and also the responsibilities of women are a bit different than men. And just 2 days ago, this was in the headlines of our newspaper here, IMD report on the cover page. So I was, since IMD was mentioned, I was seriously looking at it. So actually, 2024 is the warmest year it's mentioned. So here, actually, it's very important for even more serious for women, I must say, because if we consider the moist heat stress, which is typically expressed as from the wet bulb temperature here, if the wet bulb temperature is exceeding 32 degrees or so, actually our body cannot sweat anymore. Actually, we get the comfort from the sweating and the cooling down of the body, which will not happen. So it is very hazardous for the for all human beings, especially for ladies. Actually, this degree exceedance is seen at very many places in India. This is the several years average picture. So where we are indeed getting into an era where these events are going to happen, and more serious problems are expected. So one important thing is that the female in the country. The one example is from the agriculture field. Today morning, Dr. Thakur indeed talked about 65% of the agricultural workforce are women. So in this particular, this is from a work published in Climate Change 2020. Each point here in this plot is indicating 15,000 females. basically the red dots are female cultivators and blue are for female laborers in the country. You can imagine all of them are going to get exposed to this kind of heat situation. So the study, they have done some particular hotspots. They have identified hotspots for various climate risk and risk. So these are just indicated there. This is a way to look at what are the regions, which are the locations, and what kind of extreme weather events are important, and what is to be looked regarding the women welfare here. So it is very important for policy decisions that are controlled by these factors. So we have to have gender-based policy decisions as well. And for streamlining the priority actions, it is very important, and the resource for resource allocation also, it is very important. I will skip this. This is a similar picture. And the basically we need science-based solutions to fight this extreme heat as well. This is a picture where a lady is sitting and painting the roof of her house with white paint. This is a simple solution, but we need extra other solutions so we have to put energy into that as well. So the IMD publishes this kind of maps where distribution of number of deaths in percentage during this is from 2023 for the high impact extreme weather events. So as per this, the lightning is the highest risk factor, and then the floods and the heat, etc. But whatever be the extreme conditions, woman-centric disaster management plan should be there for each category of the disaster. And diverse requirements are there for each extreme weather. And a strong link between the social sciences is needed. For example, the previous study that it made workers. So similarly, there are different workforce, different today's exercise indeed was quite interesting, and different workforce will be impacted differently in the how the information will be transferred. So we have to indeed work around these things. So the as per this UN synthesis report of 2022, indeed women experience the greater vulnerability to the impact of climate change than men. So the women-centric data and studies are needed, and women can play a greater role in mitigating climate change and also adapting to the climate change. So our recently 2 days ago there was a news that the women-centric governance reforms of 2024 are released, and it is a big step towards this one of these aspects where we actually our government is putting forward this and address the gender inequalities in social security and economic independence for women. So it is a very important thing. I just want to share with you this particular thing just to make you aware what women never give up. Actually, they keep on trying, and they indeed are the workforce. And you see this, this is a game which was done in IITM just for your refreshment from my speedy talkings. I thought I will just share this. And so we never give up, and we actually, the point is that we are indeed the workforce, that we can make it happen and we can win the race and win the, so we'll take it as a very positive energy towards the our goal. So recently, actually, secretary had given me a very big job, which on the mission Mawsum, and I was indeed with a lot of. See, we can imagine there can be various types of stress that we can get, but we can indeed make that stress into our success.
Excuse me,
If we
ma'am.
try hard, we can indeed make it happen. So that is my story, and I want to thank you all. This is actually a picture from the inclusive IITM Republic from the Republic Day. You can see equal number of women and men in this particular event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts. Mrs. Sandhya KJ,
Hello.
scientist E from INCOIS has.
Thank you, Dr. Tara.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Hello.
Now, paucity of time, we will move on to the next one. Thank you again, Dr. Tara.
Mrs. Sandhya KJ, scientist E from INCOIS, has the work experience of around 20 years. She was instrumental in establishing an ocean state forecast system from scratch at INCOIS. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Sandhya KJ to talk on fostering gender-responsive oceanographic weather services, the way forward.
A very good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. I'll be talking about the fostering gender-responsive oceanographic weather services. So thanks to my previous speakers, they have already defined gender equality. So if you see that picture here, both the in the first picture, it is the formal model of equality in which a vessel full of water is given to all those animals, stork, monkey, and the other animals. But the stork and monkey are not able to have water. In the second picture, which is the corrected model of equality, the stork and monkey are given different type of vessels where they also can have the water. So that is that means equality is not about providing equal resources or opportunities, but it is about giving the correct resources. So as my previous speaker spoke, equality, gender equality is the SDG 5. And when you talk about gender, it is no longer about the men and women, but includes a wider spectrum. But here we speak only about men and women in this talk. So when women do better in a society, the economies also do better. Now, why gender responsive weather services is imperative? So I'm from INCOIS. INCOIS is an agency mandated to give oceanographic weather services in India. So I'll be just introducing the services by INCOIS such as high wave alerts, swell surge forecast, storm surge forecast, tsunami early warnings, small vessel advisory services, etc. So what is special about these services and what is the mode of dissemination? So we disseminate this information using our website, email, SMS, fax, and mobile apps such as Samudra. All of these dissemination modes are mainly technology based and they need the use of smartphones, computers, and internet connectivity. So I'm not speaking about the higher class, but coming to the lower middle class women, because of the different social norms and because of the limited literacy in weather information, they cannot access most of this information. So they cannot take the informed decisions depending on this forecast. Now, coming to a recent, I'm just giving an example. This was a swell surge event which happened in May 2024. What is a swell surge event? I'll just quickly explain. The swells generated or the waves, big waves generated in the Southern Ocean, they propagate towards the northern Indian Ocean and they hit the coastal states. So there won't be any wind, local wind, nothing would be there. So it is in Malayalam, they call it a kallakadat, means sea thief, sea coming as a thief. So it will just without any prior warning, it will hit the coast. So you can see the video of a man.
நூற்றுக்கும் மேற்பட்ட வீடுகளுக்குள் கடல் நீர் புகுந்து அங்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய மீனவ மக்களுடைய உடைமைகள் மற்றும்
So here,
வந்து வீட்
videos, please. So you can see in one of the videos, you can see this the man is caught up in the flooded water, and in the other video you can see the house is completely flooded. That house flooded video, you can just play this. How to play this? This one. This one. How to play this? This one. This one.
ஆகிய மீனவ கிராமத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட வீட்டை விட்டு வெளியே அவர்களுக்கு தேவையானவர் வந்து தங்களது வீடுகளிலேயே முடக்கி இருக்கு.
So this house is completely flooded in such an event. So how it differently affects men and women? So who does the major part of cleaning the house once the water recedes and the toilets become useless for a while during and after a disaster? And who has more access to mobile phones in lower middle class families, and who has better chance of having prior knowledge about such an impending disaster? These are all the questions I would like to put forward. And the fact is that the boys in the age group of 14 to 18 years in rural India are twice more likely to have a smartphone compared to the girls of their age. So is this a fair picture? We have to make it an equitable picture, right? So now going into further details, how the inundation impacts women more. Their houses get inundated and toilets become useless. So for the girls and women, this affects them more. And when they clean the house, especially the kitchen, when they come back to the house, there might be snakes, crabs, and other insects caught up inside the vessels. So they have to carefully clean it. And women may find difficult to take care of the children, and there might be non-availability of potable water during and after the event. And their house might be completely destroyed also. So mostly they don't have ancestral property as a right, and they become homeless. So the first picture speaks about equality, and the second picture about equity. I think my previous speaker already explained this. Equity is not about giving the same resources. It is about giving the correct resource. Now, what do you make out of this picture? This is small jobs, which is mainly done by women. They are low priority or low profile jobs. But what do you make out of this picture? Women are underrepresented in, this is a climate related meeting. And women are underrepresented in such leadership positions.
Time to end.
Yeah. And who bears the brunt of water scarcity? Of course, women. So we have to move towards a gender responsive weather service. So what are the actionable items towards achieving this? So engaging women as active participants in the design, development, and delivery of the weather services. That is essential. Involving women in stakeholder consultations, providing women with training, developing culturally appropriate weather information materials. And this is a district level awareness program which MSS are conducted in Kanyakumari. It mostly made use of the women staff, women there. This was a tsunami ready program conducted in Odisha. Here, especially women were trained how to tackle once a tsunami warning is issued, alert is issued. So such INCOIS is conducting such programs, but we have to go forward further. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would call Dr. Kaloki Day, Professor and Head of Department of
Be alert about swell waves. About it, and which form it is warned, public domain or but we never get it on the media and paper also. Others also.
They Dr. Day.
But swell thing, search forecast. Yeah. Okay. Are they different from microseismic thing also? Waves.
Now I call Dr. Kaluki Day, Professor and Head of the Department of Humanities in Galgotia, College of Engineering and Technology. She will be talking about women, food habits and climate, a perspective from Northeast India.
Yeah, just get the first. Just can you just
just start.
नहीं ये बड़ा कर दीजिए.
ठीक है.
Okay, good afternoon all, and a very happy new year, celebrating this 150 glorious years of IMD and service to the nation. It's my honor to be with you all as a social scientist. You know, I am representing here, and by profession I am a linguist, and for the last 25 years I've been exploring the entire of Northeast India, from far all the remote areas to the mainstream of Northeast. Now, the highlights of this talk, I'm not going through, and I'm just I just want to tell you that understanding this clustered assembly of varied speech communities in Northeast, we have to understand from inside. You know, from outside, it's very difficult to see this Northeast India. So, as I said, that is a clustered assembly of various speech communities, is home to the rich traditions, culture, language, identities, and ethnicities. This the indigenous knowledge is a property of a community and not simply of an individual. So here I would like to mention that most of the time, you know, we have seen that pre-independence, when the Britishers were there, and it was a representation of one member representing a community. And this was a damage done to the knowledge system of this Northeast India. And I don't know how we can come up with this, you know, how we can fix those gaps, you know, which has already been done. So we already have to understand that if any scientist we want to work on, we have to go into this natural environment and not just go into the published books sometimes. So here I just like to show you this Northeast India, which looks like. I think many of you have already visited that place, but those who have not, it looks like this. And this is, you can see Assam, and bordered by international boundaries as well. We can also see here this Arunachal Pradesh, and it is also said as the land of the rising sun. This is Assam linguistic map here, and several linguistic groups resides here. And though it is very difficult these days, you know, because there were a lot of cultural shift, you know, and language shift also happened in the last 150 years. I'm not going into this detail. Then this is Nagaland, and you can see on the left-hand side, you know, the physical map of Nagaland. I'll tell you why I have put this. Next is Manipur, and next is Mizoram. This is Tripura and Meghalaya. So when we are talking about all these places, you know, we have to understand the community, as I have said, a group of people sharing language and culture, And it is also not the group of people who do not share the same language, but share set of norms and rules of language. So to participate in a speech community is not quite the same as to be a member of it. So I am born and brought up there in Northeast, and I've lived there for several years. And although I can say that my by birthright I'm from there, but still as a member there, I fail to see what I can see now today as a researcher. So the entire Northeast region of India has seen a huge transition from 1990 onwards in terms of education, modern lifestyle, food habits, and culture. The region is multi-ethnic with heterogeneous culture background and is different from mainstream homogeneous culture. In the last few decades, insurgency has been the part and parcel of the life of the people of the region. Various ethnic strife, rebel, militancy have been affecting this normal lives of the people, and women are the worst victim of it, making the region more vulnerable. Though there exists a large gender gap in the political participation, both at the level of the state and the nation, one can find that among the northeastern states, Meghalaya, Manipur, and Mizoram show relatively lesser degree of gender inequality in terms of work participation.
You have 30 slides.
Yes.
Maybe you can cut short and
Yes.
give important one.
I can't do justice with 2 minutes. Yeah. So I have tried to look into the role of women in environmental management and environmental protection over the years. And here I can just show you this linguistic diversities of Northeast. Here it is Nagaland. The state is comprised of 16 different major indigenous groups. And you can see the names here. Then you have this Arunachal Pradesh is composed of 26 major tribes and more than 100 sub-tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. This is Tripura, composed of 7 main indigenous groups. Then you have this Manipur is a home to 3 different language families, and we have this 29 major tribes in the hills, each having a distinct language and culture. We have Mizoram here, is composed of 5 major tribes and 11 minor tribes known under the common name Aizwa. We have Meghalaya here, composed of 3 hills. Okay. So I would like to just show you, just concluding in 2 minutes, ma'am. Look at these pictures here. These are the food habits of this region. And here you can see Arunachal Pradesh in one hand. You have this Nagaland food habits. Then you have Manipur food habits. You have Mizoram food habits. You have Tripura. You have Meghalaya here. I have excluded Assam because, as I said, that there are a lot of cultural amalgamations which happened in the last 150 years. So is there a threat to this indigenous food due to this climate change? And I can say that as an insider, as a researcher, yes, many of these foods are being lost to the indigenous people also. And those maps, you can see how difficult it is to get into it. Indigenous people who depend on the environment and its biodiversity for their food security and nutrition are at risk today. Climate change not only affects the supply, but also the quality of the traditional foods, subsistence foods, and cultivated crops in many regions. The local economy goes down due to quality and less production. The indigenous food system are the lifeline of rich traditions and customs of the community. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू मैम। अब हम डॉक्टर मीना कुमारी को आमंत्रित करते हैं जो हमें मरुभूमि में बादलों का देशज ज्ञान विषय पर अपनी प्रस्तुति देंगी। यह हमारा आखिरी होगा इस पैनल डिस्कशन का, और इसके बाद ये टेक्निकल सेशन का लास्ट होगा और उसके बाद पैनल डिस्कशन स्टार्ट होगा।
स्पीच रहेगा ना
व्हाट्सएप इसमें लगाना पड़ेगा।
ये बड़े पसंद प्यार है ना बच्चों
व्हाट्सएप लगा
ये नाम ये लगा दो।
मैम दिया है अभी ले रही हूँ। अच्छा, कौन सा देगा
डॉक्टर बोलो
यही रहो, यही नेट यही आता
तुम
है।
लोग भी थोड़ा थोड़ा आगे बढ़ो।
क्या नाम है बोलो? ये अच्छा कहाँ है अभी तो? नहीं नहीं मैम ऊपर मैं वापस फॉरवर्ड करूँगा। वापस इन्हीं को कैसे करोगे? किसी को भी फॉरवर्ड कर दो। ठीक है एक मिनट sharing this content wait just use page down page like this okay it is yes इसको ले लीजिएगा।
गुड इवनिंग ऑल ऑफ यू। आज जो जिस विषय पे हम बात कर रहे हैं जैसे वीवन और वेदर की बात कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि सबसे पहले जो ये विषय है उसकी शुरुआत करूंगी कि यदि हम देखें तो कि जो मौसम की जो बात है हमें सबसे पहले यदि सुनने को मिलती है तो वो अपनी मदर से ही और दादी से ही हमें शायद सुनने को मिलती है। तो उसी को देखें कि मैं बेसिकली आज जो बात करूंगी वो राजस्थान से रिलेटेड करूंगी कि राजस्थान का जो बेसिकली वहाँ जो काम है एग्रीकल्चर और एनिमल्स का ही वो रहता है। तो उनका सब पूरा जो जीवन है वो रहता है नेचर के इर्द गिर्द ही रहता है। वहाँ पे नेचर में किस तरह के जो बदलाव आते हैं, कितनी सर्दी है, कितनी गर्मी, कितनी बारिश होगी, क्या होगी, तो वो इतना उसको डीपली स्टडी करते हैं कि उन सब को स्टडी करते करते उन सब को वो अपने फोकलोर में इन्वॉल्व करते जाते हैं। और उन्हीं की बदौलत है कि वहां पर जैसे हम राजस्थान से जुड़ी हुई कोई भी फिल्म देखते हैं या सीरियल देखते हैं तो सबसे पहले क्या दिखाया जाता है कि धूल भरी आंधी, पानी के लिए भटकते हुए लोग। पर वहां ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं था। किसी टाइम में आजादी से पहले देखें तो वहां आपको एक सिंगल ऐसा रिकॉर्ड नहीं मिलेगा कि पानी के कमी से वहां किसी ने प्लान किया हो या किसी की डेथ हुई हो। बट वहां ये इसलिए था कि वो लोग अपने कैसे बादल बनेंगे, कैसे बारिश आएगी, कब उसका इफेक्ट कितना होगा, कितनी बारिश होगी, कितने दिन रहेगी, उसकी प्लानिंग वो बहुत पहले से ही कर लेते थे। आसमान में बनते बादलों को देख के, तारों को देखते, हवा का प्रवाह देखते हुए ये सब चीजें करते करते उसी के साथ साथ ही उन्होंने उससे जुड़ी हुई जो ट्रेडिशनल वाटर बॉडीज थी वो भी डेवलप की। और यहाँ तक कि बादलों के रूप, रंग, आकार, प्रकार उनका सबको देख देख के उनका नामकरण भी उन्होंने अलग अलग सबका किया। यानी कि सबसे पहले देखें तो कि बादलों के बनने की प्रक्रिया जल चक्कर से शुरू होती है। तो उन्होंने अपने जो स्टार्टिंग में जैसे होता है कि सूरज नीचे बीतती आले पानी ने अपने तेज से आसमान में चढ़ा लेता है, यानी जो पानी का जो हल्कापन होता है उसको ये कोई भी जब आप किसी के बारे में भी बात या एक जनरेशन से दूसरी जनरेशन में जाती है यदि उसके कहने का तरीका बिल्कुल लोकल लैंग्वेज में आसान ढंग से हो तो वो एक जनरेशन से दूसरी जनरेशन में अच्छे से हस्तांतरित हो जाते हैं। वहीं यदि जैसे कि राजस्थान की बात करें तो वो कि पानी को कैसे वाष्पीकृत होता है, कैसे जब बादल पानी ज्यादा हो जाता है तो बारिश होने लगती है। तो ये सब ऐसे ही उसके साथ में ही देखें कि सबसे पहले आपने देखा होगा कि राजस्थान में बात करें तो एक ये बादली का होता है, एक वहाँ का बर्ड है तीतर। उससे बारे में कि बादलों के जो विविध है, ये तीतर पंखी बादली बनने की जो सुबह का है ये है 6:45 अराउंड 10 to 15 मिनट्स के बीच की फोटो है। अब ये मॉर्निंग का जैसे ही जो नीचे की सूर्योदय यानी सनराइज के टाइम की जो है वो नीचे से आपको एक लेयर सी नजर आएगी। उसमें जैसे जैसे सूरज ऊपर निकलता है तो वो जो ईस्ट से वेस्ट की ओर बादल है वो बिखरने शुरू हो जाते हैं। यानी कि जैसे वहां का जो तीतर पंख जो बर्ड है उसके हिसाब से वो बादल बिखरने शुरू हो जाते हैं और 11-12 बजे तक के आसपास यदि वो ऐसा होता है तो बारिश होनी शुरू हो जाती है। उसमें भी यदि सैटरडे की नाइट, तो इसके बारे में कहावत होती है, तीतर पंखी बादली रही शनिश्चर चाहे, डक है बडली वो बिन बरसे नहीं जाए। चाहे हवा कैसी भी हो, उसके परवाह कहीं पे भी हो, यदि ऐसे बादल बनता है और सैटरडे की नाइट वो रह जाता है तो 100% वहां पे वो बारिश होगी। तो इसी तरह से कि बादल, जैसे इंग्लिश में हम बात करें तो ड्रॉप, सिलर, ये 2-3 ही नाम आपको बारिश की बूंदों के मिलेंगे। लेकिन राजस्थान के जैसे जहां बारिश बहुत ही कम होती है, वहां देखेंगे तो कि बारिश के बरसने के नाम देखेंगे छांट, यानी कि बड़ी बूंद, उसके बाद में छांटो छोटी बूंद है, छांटा छड़की चिरचिर में बारिश होने को कहेंगे। तो ये इतना समय है कि जैसे बारिश कम है और टाइम ज्यादा है तो वो मेझड़ी होगी। जहां कम टाइम में बहुत तेज बारिश हो रही है तो वो मेझड़ कहलाएगा। उसके बाद में अचानक बहुत तेज से बारिश एकदम आई और चलेगी तो उसको फाफड़ो के नाम से वहां पे उसको जानेंगे। और जैसे मूसलाधार बारिश होगी तो उसके भी बहुत से नाम हैं जो कि नाम यहाँ दे नहीं पाई। उबरेलो, ये जो फोटो है 9-10 बजे के आसपास की है कि दोपहर के समय जब बारिश, सुबह सुबह जो बारिश हो जाती है 10-11 बजे के आसपास, क्या होगा कि वो बादल एकदम सिकुड़ने से शुरू हो जाते हैं। उबरेलो यानी कि जब वाष्प होती है, जमीन की जो हीट होती है, उससे बादल टूटने लगते हैं। फिर जब कभी आपको साउथ की हवा चलेगी, कभी नॉर्थ की, कभी ईस्ट की, तो उससे क्या होगा कि बादल बीच में से आसमान खाली हो जाएगा, चारों ओर से एक कंठी जैसा गले का हार होता है वैसे वो बन जाएगी। और फिर थोड़ी देर बाद में क्या होगा, 2-1 घंटे बाद में फिर से उसकी बारिश शुरू हो जाएगी। तो ये उभरेला बादल, उसके बाद में कंठी बादल होगा, फिर एक पांस बनता है जिसमें कि बादल दिखते नहीं, बिल्कुल एकदम हल्के रूप में से नजर आते हैं। तो ये सब उसके बाद में चुंखो, कोलायन, कोरण। कोरण होता है काले बादल जो खूब घटा वाली बादल होते हैं, उसके आगे एक व्हाइट पट्टी होती है। तो ये रात के 1:30-2 बजे के आसपास बनता है जब आसमान में ये लगेगा बिल्कुल हवा नहीं होती है। तो साउथ से जब नॉर्थ की ओर जो हवा चलती है तो उस टाइम में लगता है कि अच्छा कोरण बनी है। और जब हवा हल्की सी चलने लगे उत्तर की ओर से, तो ये मान के चलो कि बारिश बहुत अच्छी होगी। और यदि साउथ से हवा छूट जाती है तो ये लगता है कि साउथ की ओर कहीं वो बादल 200-300 किलोमीटर बारिश बादल बरस चुके हैं वो बादल, और अब ये बारिश नहीं होने वाली है। तो उसके साथ में ही ऊब है ये इस तरह के जो पांच है, इसमें भी पूरा कि कहाँ बिजली गरजेगी, कितनी दूर बारिश होगी, कितनी बारिश होगी, ये सब भी बादलों के ही प्रकार है। अब ये जो बताया था ना किनारे से बादल होता है, वो ये कंठी हो गई। हबर है जो बादल आधा सफेद आधा काले रंग का होगा, वो हबर कहलाएगा। मेघान, ये लुम्बे वगैरह, ये 25 अगस्त की बात है जो कि कहना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन आईएमडी में एक रेड अलर्ट जारी हुआ था कि बारिश आएगी। प्राइम मिनिस्टर का एक प्रोग्राम था, सब बहुत टेंशन में आए हुए थे कि बारिश होगी, कैसे चीजें होंगी। और उस दिन सबने कहा कि आज आपकी जो बादलों के ज्ञान वाली बात है थोड़ा बताओ कैसे होगा। तो वो कुछ यहाँ देख के फिर गांव के लोगों से वो फोटो वगैरह भेज के पूछा तो उन्होंने कहा कि इस बादल को लुम्बे वगैरह बादल बोलते हैं, और ये बारिश ना तो आज होगी ना कल होगी, परसों होगी, हल्की हल्की बारिश होगी। अब ये है, ये इतने जो नाम दिए हुए हैं आसमान के विभिन्न रंग और रूप। अंबर राचो में माचो, जब बादल लाल रंग के होते हैं तो बारिश आती है। और उसमें यदि देखिए अंबर पीड़ों में से पीले रंग का होगा, ऑरेंज कलर का होगा, तो मतलब बारिश नहीं होगी। उसमें भी यदि पीले रंग की पत्ती जो व्हाइट कलर के बीच बीच में वो बादल रहेगा तो बारिश नहीं होगी। यदि उसमें पहाड़ जैसे थोड़ा पीले रंग के और ऑरेंज कलर के बादल होंगे तो बारिश 100% उसमें बारिश होगी। और यदि स्लेटी रंग के ग्रे कलर के बादल है तो इट मीन्स अब मानसून जा चुका है, बारिश नहीं होगी। ये जो 12 महीनों के जो नाम है बारिश जो होगी, चैत में उसको कुछ कहेंगे, बैसाख में कुछ कहेंगे, ज्येष्ठ में कुछ कहेंगे, आषाढ़ में कुछ कहेंगे। और ये नामकरण कोई यूं ही नहीं है, ये उसके बेसिकली कि कौन से, जैसे सावन में लोर है, भाद्रपद में, अश्विनी में जो होगा कार्तिक के मास में जो बारिश होगी इसमें, तो वो कब होगी, आसोज में होगी तो फसल के लिए कितनी अच्छी, तो उसको मोती बोलेंगे। कार्तिक मिंग में क्या होगा कि जब फसल तैयार होगी तो उसको कंटक यानी कांटे जैसी बारिश उनको लगेगी। तो बिल्कुल साइंटिफिकली उनका भी नामकरण उन्होंने दिया हुआ है। कुल मिलाकर के 82 टाइप्स क्लाउड्स के बारे में वहाँ के लोगों को, वहाँ की महिलाओं को यदि मैं कहूँ कि सबसे पहले जो यस मैम ओनली 1 मिनट, यदि ये कहें कि ये तो सिर्फ राजस्थान की बात है, ऐसे यहाँ जितने भी हम लोग यदि कोई भी रूरल एरिया से आते हैं उनको सबको मालूम होगी उनके घर में ऐसी बातें हुई हैं। यदि उन्हीं सब चीज़ों को यदि वहाँ की लोकल लैंग्वेज में उनका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया जाता है तो शायद, और आईएमडी के थ्रू उनके कंपेरेटिवली स्टडी हो जाती है, इससे बेहतरीन काम और ये जो 150 ईयर्स का जो सेलिब्रेशन है उससे कुछ हो नहीं सकता। धन्यवाद मैम, थैंक यू।
Dhanyavad, ma'am. Now it's time to express our respect and gratitude to the speaker of our technical session. I request Jayanti ma'am to kindly felicitate the speakers by presenting their memento as a token of gratitude for sparing their precious time to grace the occasion and enlightening us with her wisdom. स्टेज के पास चलिए। हाँ नीचे नीचे, अरे ऊपर से दे दो, ऊपर से दे दो। Dr. S. Indrani Rani, Scientist F, NCM RWF. Mrs. Garima Sharma, Scientist E, CPCB. DGM sir is also requested to kindly felicitate our speakers. Mrs. Garima Sharma, Scientist E, CPCB. Mrs. Sandhya KG, Scientist E, Incoils. Dr. Professor Kakoli Day, Galgotia University. Dr. Meena Kumari, Rajasthan Patrika. Shrimati Reva Sharma, she is our retired colleague. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Now moving forward, we are excited to begin our first panel discussion. This discussion will bring together a group of esteemed experts who will share their insights on role of women in weather hazard preparedness and management. Now, I would like to introduce member of panel, Dr. Swati Basu.
बेटा मैडम का हाथ पकड़ तो
Dr. Swati Basu, Dr. Kamaljeet Ray, Dr. N. Jayanti, Mrs. Neeta Khegopal, Dr. Manorama Mohanty, and Dr. D. Praveen. Our moderator for this session will be Mrs. Subhangi Bhute and reporters Dr. Lata Vishnoi and Shri Anshul Chauhan.
चेंज कैसे करते
Dr. Praveen नहीं है. Reporters Dr. Lata Vishnoi and Nitish.
फर्स्ट पेज लगा वुमन वर्कशॉप वाला
सेंटर में कौन बैठेगा
ठीक है
Let's start now. Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. Today we have a very good session on the National Workshop on Weather and Women. Entire day we are discussing about women and weather, either weather and women and weather, and we are all WW. So let's connect with it and then we start a discussion. Here I like to introduce, I think we have already got introduced with the panelist. I request Sir Praveen sir. Yeah. Can you briefly give me little 2 words, sir, so that everybody will be getting. Yeah.
Doctor Weather Radar programs there at NCMRWF. So, my introduction, nothing related to the topic we are discussing now.
Yes. Ma'am, rest of the panelists, yeah.
So myself, I'm Kamaljeet Ray. I'm advisor with Ministry of Earth Sciences and look after the atmospheric sciences programs, particularly IITM and NCMRWF. And also I see some part of Mosam mission. Mission Mosam? Yeah, Mission Mosam. There's a lot of confusion. Also, we have a monsoon mission also. Yeah, it's Mission Mosam. So thank you. Oh, yes, the biggest thing is Jayamapatra.
Yes. M square.
So, okay. Now it says like I'm originally from India Meteorological Department and I've served in Ahmedabad for many years and last part I was also in charge of Ahmedabad station, MC Ahmedabad. Then I came to Delhi. I was Nowcast head in NWFC And I worked with Dr. Mahapatra also in monitoring cyclones like Philene and one more cyclone. I was there, Hudhud, yeah. So, and then later on 2017, I've come to Ministry of Earth Sciences as advisor. And I was seeing MD programs for many years, but now I'm seeing ITM and NCMA WF and some part of IMD budget also. So thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. I'm Neeta K. Gopal, scientist staff. Started my career as a forecaster and still continuing to be a forecaster. I started in Pune and I have the privilege to work under Dr. Jayanti. She was the first DDGMW, the women DDGMW there when we had the forecasting head in Pune office. Literally, I learned a lot from her. I always have high respects and regards for her. And from there, I came to Delhi. Then I have worked in aviation services for around 10 years. Then again, I had the privilege to work with Dr. Mohapatra. I was in his unit and worked as a forecaster in NWFC. I was heading Marine Services Division also. And then later on went on to transfer to my home state, Kerala. I was the head of Doppler weather radar Kochi as well as aerodrome meteorological station Sial Kochi airport. From there I got transferred to Thiruvananthapuram. Now I am heading Meteorological Center Thiruvananthapuram from the 1st of June. Thank you all.
Hello, Namaskar, a very good afternoon to all of you. I joined in Delhi, Satmar division. I worked there for nearly about 3 and 4 years. After that, I got transferred to Meteorological Center, Ahmedabad, and I worked under Kamaljeet Madam. I learned many things from her, like how to work boldly to take any kind of step, how to organize the event. Don't think you have to do the best. So that thing I learned from her. And forecasting also, very boldly she says, I have seen her how she briefs to the CM, like Narendra Modi was there, Honorable Prime Minister. That time he was Chief Minister, and he asked, you tell me whether there will be rain or not. She said, yes, there will be extremely heavy rainfall. And we both were waiting till night 10 o'clock. And she called me up, Manama, till now there is no rain. We couldn't sleep. And I saw the satellite image and I told Madam, please wait 1 hour more. And it was heavily, it was raining throughout the night after 11 o'clock and our balcony was full of water. We were so happy. So happy. But that time I learned that if you say something, you should say yes, 100%. So I learned that from her. And I always, whenever I make any statement, I used to think about her. And I put, and a lot of things I learned from Mahapatra sir also during the cyclone, what would be the weather, our line of statement should be fixed. Whatever Delhi says, the same way we have to speak, the same way I maintained. And so many things we learned. Then recently I got transferred to MC Bhubaneswar. Now I am in charge over there and working also the same spirit as I was. Thank you.
I'll take.
Yes. Madam's father worked in India Meteorological Department. Madam stayed in IMD campus in childhood. Thank you.
So I'll take a little 2 lines to introduce myself also. I feel I'm being on a stage, I will also introduce. I'm working as a MW in charge, Mumbai airport in charge. Have started my career with Jayanti ma'am as a Med 2.
and she was DDGMWN. And I remember my duties were morning and evening. I used to brief in the evening also, but she used to be very particular. शुभांगी आपने बताया वो ठीक है कि नहीं? That time, being as a very starting days in IMD, I used to be also very attentive. And then coming to Kamajit ma'am has started from ONGC, I think so. Yes, it is for Bombay. When I also work in ONGC, so I think little connection with everyone. Even Nita Gopal ma'am has taught us aviation when we have metro training. And then my colleague and friend, Manorama. We are colleague and more like a friend also. So we had a very good connection. Swati Basu ma'am, I heard about her in when 2010 we were having a tour. Then ma'am, I heard about you. And then yesterday I dropped a little messages on a WhatsApp, but nobody was responding. I was little afraid what is going to happen. But now looking at the panel, I think we should now start. And yeah, so entire day we are discussing about weather for the woman and women for the weather. As long as I understand, many women are representing and then we are heading many centers in the IMD. And the forecast given by the woman is very well listened by the public. This I have observed. We are very clear. I take a pride to say we are very clear in our voice that what we speak and it has to be understood is last end user. That we have seen one play by Dr. Soma Shinoy ma'am, that the farmer is the last person where we supposed to reach. And it is the first person from you get a feedback that the losses are इन मतलब लॉस जो हुआ है उनका सबसे ज्यादा होता है. हम जो civilized है उनमें उतना impact नहीं होता. That we are also seen. So our aim should be we should able to reach to the last user like farmers or end users, not only farmers but other also. So with this one, I'll start opening a question like this. Women are always involved in the disaster risk management as often it has been marginalized, right? In our experience also, we feel it is essential for the woman to play a central role in a weather, hazards and management. Ma'am, can you explain, like we have comments on it?
Can you just repeat the question?
Yes. Why it is essential for women to play a central role in a weather hazard preparedness and management?
Yeah, I think we have had ample, presentations also regarding this. See, the women would know where to get the resources from, like they would have that knowledge. Whenever some disaster is striking, she knows what are the things. I mean, there are two aspects. One is how a woman would react, in a family. Are you asking that? So supposing if she also has to take a decision, supposing there is immediately a evacuation to be done. So she would know, which are the things which are essential for her family, her children, maybe her daughter, husband, and if there is some old in-laws or parents.
Exactly.
So that is how she should be, in fact, the first one to know, to have that knowledge that if some disaster is striking. So she know how the things to be managed, and so that if they have to shift to a temporary shelter, how the things are to be done. So that is how I feel.
Okay. With this line, we feel that the training and the knowledge of this disaster has to be done.
Of course. That is without saying. That is in any case, it has to be given to them. And she would know how to prioritize. That is her inbuilt thing. But then on top of that, if they are given the training, so that will help a lot, to make it more effective.
Yes. Local. Yes.
Yeah, and I think the I think somebody talked about this Northeast. I mean, maybe that we can talk later. You know, that training and that language, that those aspects are also to be there. You know, the language, you know, if we are talking about rural people, you know, the kind of training, you know, that in their local language, I think that is understood. But still, I just wanted to re-emphasize.
Right. Then gender-based impact disasters. We generally know that women are often, now this is, I think, most discussed thing today. Then any of the one panelist like to enlighten on this one, gender-based impact disasters?
So that is a known fact that the disasters are impacting differently the genders. And all of you know that women are at helm of affairs everywhere, whether it's a household, whether it's about their kids, whether it's about their husbands. So she is affected more because if a hazard, if a cyclone is going to hit a particular village, she has to plan, okay, now should I when I evacuate, if I evacuate, what all do I need to prepare, what all things I need to take with me, and she has to get the house ready. So surely she's impacted more. And as you told, her skills are also not so great. You see, physical skills. Women in villages, underprivileged women, education-wise underprivileged, and also some of the techniques, for example, swimming and taking care of health-wise also, I find them to be more frail as compared to men, because generally women don't take care of themselves. They're taking care of the kids, they're taking care of the family, they're taking care of the husband. So she is more affected by hazards, and it's really important to take that into consideration when we talk about the impact of hazards on gender.
And what could be the future vision for the woman's involvement in a disaster management or any mitigation we are going to take place?
So it is really important that one is awareness. That awareness has to, you have to just start from the base. You have to start from the base. I think you should have self-help groups in the villages, in the districts, who go house to house and educate women, because they may not have time to look into the mobiles. They may not have mobiles also. And men are generally not interested in passing on the knowledge to them, because they think usko janne ka zarurat nahi hai. I'm taking care of, let her cook and do all that. So that's very important that we have to educate them. We have to tell them, okay, you have to see these things. You have to be well informed of the disasters and how this disaster is going to affect you, impact you. So it's really important that we have this kind of awareness through the society, through district, through extension workers, to educate them.
Right. Praveen sir, can you have your opinion on this?
Different opinion.
See, actually, if you look at weather per se, to try to educate people on weather, means people. Did I? No, see, the problem is we think of educating the marginalized section of the society on weather elements. That is not going to work. Actually, what is happening with the marginalized society is that they are trying to earn their livelihood. We have to integrate our weather forecast and the weather hazards with their livelihood. Unless, for example, if you look at one aspect of government of India that they are propagating natural farming. Natural farming is much different from organic farming. Same is the case if you look at sericulture. There are a lot of NGOs, they're working with self-help groups in the villages, in the most remote places in Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and those places where they finance these self-help groups on basically buying cocoons. And then they produce silk, and then they produce silk and threads. And these cocoons, they are all vulnerable to hazards, weather hazards. So I think we need to develop a mechanism wherein this weather information is linked to the livelihood or the practices which they are following to earn their. Then it can go a long way in propagating our weather forecast even to the marginalized community.
Jayanti ma'am, what is your opinion now? Nowadays, we many times heard early warning system. Is it going to, no, should it become a subject in a school that we should understand that early warning system importance from school days itself, so that in coming years we'll see more of that. But then what is your opinion? Whether it should be, yes. ma'am.
Very good question. The early warning system, definitely it has to be addressed only from the school level, right from the thing. It should be inculcated. But only thing is, of late, children want to know all high impact weathers, at least forecast, so that the school will get a holiday. But coming back to women empowerment or whatever it is, there is a saying that, if you educate a woman, you can educate the entire family. So women is the entire pillar of this thing. And nowadays, we have the big, what should I say, heavyweight boxer is climate change. And we are getting lots of very severe weathers. And only women can always, can be resilient, and they can motivate, as she was telling, and they know how to safeguard and then accumulate their own possessions, and how to immediately transport and respond to the disaster situations. So, but before that, we have to educate them how far it will affect and what will be the impact. And for that, we must have some training, and somebody was telling small help groups are there. So that group should be motivated, and they should be given some pamphlets. And then even ladies are very fond of, what should I call, TV serials. Some advertisements should be based on that, so that, they'll be motivated, and really, they can be good disaster management. This is what I think. Managers.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Generally, we've seen that circulars are being circulated in a school, and that reaches to the parents very effectively. That fees has to be paid. We want to go to picnic, like that. But then I think this is one of the subject where impact-based early warning system, importance of early warning system should be carried in a school, right? And that too, not very technical way, but it should be in a very layman language. What is your opinion, Manorama?
What I believe, if it goes to children, generally parents also, they learn from their children, and they learn a lot from their children. Like if my son is telling his school has issued these things, we believe that. And that is very effective way of reaching to the parents all the important information regarding early warning system. And it should be, but how effective it will be, for that we have to put a lot of effort.
Ma'am, Neeta ma'am, can you just enlighten on the challenges in a participation in a vital roles of the women often face in a social and cultural barriers in a fully participating in disaster preparedness? Yeah, Shubhangi, one thing is, like, I come from the state of Kerala, so it has many advantages that way. So one thing is, like, this women education started very early in Kerala. That way and all, like, in many like, the parameters when you take, like, you will always see women oriented programs, self-help group everywhere, like, you will find. So that's an advantage, in fact. And we were always taking pride in saying, like, God's own country, we are not getting affected by any of the severe weather events. But from 2017 OQ onwards, it was a, like, major game changer for state of Kerala. Thereafter, in 2018, the floods happened. Then 19, there was a like, another flood, and then 2024 major landslide. So like, what has happened? Like, all these events were like, like, it helped us in learning from our experiences. So it was really, so that way till that such time, weather forecasts were or warnings were never taken seriously by anybody. and TV channels were just showing that maximum minimum temperature. And so I say it was a very rude shock for everyone, but we learned from our experience. But now any message, even a change in the color of one district's rainfall alert is being displayed immediately on TV. That's a very a big thing for us, because any change, any 4 days we update the warnings. So it is getting displayed because we are a state which is affected, hit very badly by all this severe weather say impact weather events. So that year after year it is happening. So now we are last year we had like a first heat wave in Kerala. Something very we never expected or never unheard of. And this year in December we are issuing, November December we are issuing the alert for maximum temperature above normal maximum temperatures. These are so we are actually going through the events of climate change. And so the print and media, they all are equally involved in disseminating these messages. And the challenges, so now everyone, maybe because of all these events, probably people have realized we all have to go through this together. So everybody is contributing to it. And as you said, education, that is very important. At least am I audible? Yeah. It's not about how do you do the forecasting, and it is to understand a basic warning that is necessary. Because if we start from the school, like in Japan, and what they do and what to do when you get a warning, these things are to be told to the children. And not how the rain forms and how the cloud forms, not these things. It's not just about weather related any warning. When you get a warning, what do you do? So that has to be told to the children. So what I understand, from my interaction with some of my friends who are working in schools or colleges, they say it's an optional thing in the college curriculum or school curriculum. The weather forecast or early warning and climate change, these are all optional things. It should be made mandatory, I believe, because everyone is getting affected by this, and there is no choice for us. We are not beyond reach, or we are all getting touched by all these events. So it is not an optional thing for anyone. So in the schools, it should be made mandatory. And now those who are not going to school, or as madam said, the women's self-help group, it's a very INCO has actually done some about the tsunami warning and swell surge warnings. They have done some groundwork in the coastal districts. So they were educating them about the events and what to do, how to respond to that. That was told to them. And another thing is like yeah, I think that's enough.
We have a very limited time. So I will be closing very soon. Even I have to fly. um, with this discussion, I feel that we are working very hard. IMD is working hard. Every panelist is working hard in their organization, but the output is for the research community. We are really not 100% successful to reach to end users. This is why statement for since first statement itself. लेकिन जो हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, जिसका आउटपुट आ रहा है, वो सब एंड तक पहुंचना चाहिए. इवन ऑल अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम, जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा अफेक्ट होती है जो वुमेन्स है, वही है कि जिनके वजह से हम लोग चलते हैं. उन तक पहुंचने के लिए हमें बहुत अच्छी पॉलिसीज बनानी पड़ेगी. आई थिंक आई टेक अ लिटिल प्रिविलेज टू टॉक, मेरे हाथ में ही है. So we need to have a brainstorming session with the policy makers, also with the organization, NGOs also. We are which are working very hard, and then they could reach to the ground level. So our forecast and then weather wise, we should reach to the end people. This is my last statement. And yes, ma'am, sure.
is a good suggestion. In fact, I would also suggest, we were just discussing with Praveen and all, when you call that meeting, you should have some social scientists so that, they also know how to really, talk to those people, especially when we are talking about this rural, fraternity. They would know, supposing like, we have this probabilistic forecast, how best it can be made use of, in their language. I think social scientists will do a better job. I think it will be good to involve them also to see their views. And another thing, which was very interesting, whatever Soma you did, I really liked it. The last person who did not take a step forward was a farmer. And of course, another thing is that he or she did not have a smartphone. So whether smartphone is the thing or education, which is higher? So that means the way of our dissemination is through smartphone. Is there any other way in which we can reach those farmers? That is something which have to see. And just another suggestion, when we are talking about this awareness and all, maybe at some point of time, maybe some celebrities and all, I will request DG, some celebrities, some film personalities or some other cricket. People, it makes more impact when they start talking about climate change and, how it's going to impact your lives. Maybe in the media level, that also could be thought of.
Now, with all these cyber frauds happening nowadays, when you call up any number, whether it's a smartphone or a mobile set, you get that pre-recorded voice saying that you might be vulnerable to cyber frauds and things like that. I think we should develop such sort of a mechanism, and that has happened because there was a lot of hue and cry. So, so there should be a mass movement in propagating this weather forecast to the marginalized community. So we need to develop an implementation plan for such type of things by including social scientists. Swati, Basu also said this probabilistic forecast, we are tuned to think in binaries, yes or no. When you have a probabilistic forecast, then the marginalized community can use it exorbitantly well than what we think. They can add a lot of value to this ensemble probabilistic uncertainty forecast. But we do not know how it can be done. It can be only done by the people who can make use of it. We can just produce those forecasts. So I think these are some of the aspects which we should dwell upon.
Yeah, I think we have a great outreach system existing in IMD, particularly for the farmers also. We have that agro advisory services that's going to many farmers. So outreach is there. Forecast is reaching them. Post office, no, but that's kind of now that was initiated, but it's become outdated. They don't have that kind of people. We initiated that. I think some 10 years back, the post office thing, we thought that post office can be used, and now since letters are not going and they have employees, yeah, but they most of them have retired. That did not fructify. So that is now obsolete. So now, yeah, so now it is.
We should multi-pronged approach.
Yeah.
One system is there.
More, yeah, more. Like, yeah, that is what, that extension workers of Ministry of Agriculture, that is a very good system they have. They reach the village level, and we used to have earlier a kind of coordination with them for the issue of agro advisory services. I think which we still have, but it is not so effective. Earlier, there used to be a meetings every week, and all of us will sit together, and that'll be given to the extension workers. They'll go to villages and tell them, okay, this is the kind of, that time forecast was not so great, but now the forecast is so good. So if we continue with that, that'll be really useful, I feel. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Shubangi.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to add one thing if you have time.
Audience, we can ask.
Anybody? Ma'am, no, walk down to my tab.
Yeah.
That we Chintri category, yeah.
On your knowledge, very good. I joined in 1977. At that time, it's not required.
At that time, people used to laugh at me. कहाँ ज्वाइन किया तुमने? मौसम भवन. अरे वो छाता लेके हम निकलते हैं, बारिश होती. लेकिन nowadays it's good. I'm proud of this our department. I have been part of this family. Yeah, that's great.
किसी को बोलना है इस बारे में कुछ? Yes.
I have a question for, because Neeta and Manorama are both operational weather forecasters. Just say 2 sentences about what gender specific management do you do during, say, tropical cyclones or heavy rainfall?
It depends on the availability of the people. It is no gender bar is not there. Any ladies, any gents, whoever are working, they have to work.
Forecast. For the public, any gender specific forecast you are giving?
No, but that impact-based forecast, that there we mention for the infant what what action need to be taken for pregnant lady during, especially during the cyclone, they should be taken in the place, safer place like medical well in advance. And for the kids, small kids, they should be taken care of with the sufficient amount of their infant milk and food. Yes. 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 Yeah.
No, I will just little simpler. Question is very simpler. What Dr. Soma is asking. As a forecaster, as the head of FMC, are you sending bulletin to Minister of Women and Child Welfare when there is a disaster or in a particular day? Are you sending bulletins to any women self-help group? Are you sending any bulletins where the NGOs are working for the women? So these are the questions. If it's
Yes.
not being done, we should plan for that.
No,
and we
sir.
should send the bulletins to them.
All the bulletins are sent to the Ministry of Health, Ministry of our Relief Commissioner, even CM office, and from there they have the channel to send to all
No,
the.
we can send directly.
Yes.
In our warning list,
Yes.
we should have all this.
That NGO list we do not have, but rather than NGO list, all the list we are sending. sir.
NGOs and government setup also.
Yes.
So, for example, now we are sending to Krishi Sakhi and Pasu Sakhi.
Yes.
These are the women
Yes.
dealing with agriculture and livestock.
Yes.
Okay. But in addition to that, also we should send to self-help groups, women self-help groups or Mission Shakti, whatever different names are there in different states. We should send to Secretary, Women and Child Welfare. And then just an offer is there by the additional secretary today's morning. We should conduct meeting. We should identify these groups. Our message should go to them. Then awareness program also should be conducted.
Yes. Okay.
So I'd like to thank to everyone for participate. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. I congratulate Shuma, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for calling us here. And thank you, everyone, for participating in this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am and sirs, for this insightful panel discussion. Now I would request DGM sir and Ranju ma'am to kindly felicitate our panelists. Hanji. Yes. Dr. Swati Basu. Dr. Kamal. Dr. Kamaljeet Ray. Dr. D. Praveen. Dr. D. Praveen. Miss Neeta K. Gopal. Felicitations. Dr. Manorama Mohanty. Mrs. Shubhangi Bhote. Now you can have group photograph. Group photograph. You see, no? Jayanti ma'am.
The elders family. Made my trip possible. That's the place for me.
So we'll take
Thank you, sir and ma'am.
who is the rapporteur? Are they rapporteur? Right? Rapporteur, one on this side, one on the side. One with the date.
So I am also outside panel, you can also come.
Thank you, ma'am and sirs. Now, moving forward, we are excited to begin our second panel discussion. This discussion will bring together a group of esteemed experts who will share their insights on role of weather in women-centric activity and government policies. Now, I'd like to introduce members of our panel. Mrs. Garima Sharma, Mrs. S. Stella, Dr. D.S. Pai, Dr. Indira Rani. Our moderator for this session, Dr. B. Amudha, and rapporteurs, Mrs. Monica Sharma and Mrs. Arpita Rastogi. सब जाएंगे बज रहे हैं ना 5 एक डिस्कशन पूरा मॉडरेटर कौन मधुरा मैम
Good evening to all. We'll start the panel discussion number 2. I'm Dr. Amuda, Scientist F from the Regional Meteorological Center, Chennai. For those of you who do not know me, I have put in 33 years of service in IMD. At present, I'm working in the instrumentation division, taking care of the surface instrumentation, automatic weather stations, and all those areas. Let me ask our panel members to introduce themselves. Before we commence, just want to say that rapporteurs Mrs. Monica Sharma and Dr. Arpita will be assisting me in this panel discussion. Stella ji, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good evening and namaskar to everyone. It's okay, na? So I'm really thankful and thanks everyone for giving me this opportunity. And I started my career in 1998, and I'm happy that my first posting was in airport. So I worked under Dr. Jayanti, and then after that, in 13 years in aviation meteorology, and then in ACWC, Cyclone Warning Center, and then agriculture meteorology in FMO, and then again now heading MC Amaravati, Andhra Pradesh. And at this moment, I extend my thanks to my mentors, my guru, Pai sir, Mohapatra sir, and Dr. Jayanti madam, and of course, Dr. Kamaljit madam, because in the latest mid part of my career, I started working with the madam also. So I have a lot of mentors. Yes, I'm very thankful to them. And thank you so much.
So I don't know. I don't need to tell stories a lot. I'm Dr. Pai. Actually, I'm the same batch of Dr. Mahapatra and Kamaljit madam. So since this is a Women's Day, I think I should talk less. Thank you.
So good evening all. I am Indira Rani from National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, and NCMRWF and IMD, they work very closely. So, and whatever we are doing, that is for IMD only. So because IMD is the public face, and whatever research we are doing is for IMD. And mainly I worked on observation, monitoring, processing, and the data assimilation, the satellite data particular to satellite observations. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Garima Sharma. I'm Scientist E in Central Pollution Control Board, and it's been 15 years since I'm working there. And my expertise is air quality and environment compensation and industrial pollution control. Thank you very much.
The topic for today's panel discussion is a role of women in role of weather in women-centric activity and government policies. We heard a lot about the government policies from Dr. Parvinder Maini in the morning, and our DGM, Dr. Mahapatra sir, also highlighted so many aspects of how women are affected during cyclonic situations and how the disaster mitigation measures have to reach the last mile up to the masses. And then we heard about agriculture, where women are affected, where women who are heading the family are more affected. And there was a statistics which was shared by one of the speakers that wherever woman is a farmer, they suffer more losses because of heat stress. That information was highlighted by one of the speakers. Similarly, health aspect. We did listen to about the health aspects for women, particularly about pollution. When pollution is happening, what is the indirect effect on a woman's health? I'm glad that we have a panelist today here with us from the Central Pollution Control Board, who can share with us more information about how to deal with such effects of pollution. Now we shall start the discussion with Dr. Pai sir. Sir, what would you feel that women can contribute in climate change and adaptation, and what the government policies are?
See, actually, perhaps our topic is, that how the weather is deciding the women-centric activities and government policies. Definitely, today, entire morning, we have been talking about how the weather is actually impacting the women, and then what action actually should be taken so that it can be, its impact can be reduced and we can make them prepared for the extreme weather. So, from the morning, it has been saying that there is a significant impact of weather on almost all kind of sectors which are important to our social and economic, state of all the population. Like as you said, health or the agriculture, water, and through this sector. So when there is an extreme weather is there, they impact each of this sector, and thereby whatever impact happening to the sector, that is being transferred to the women. So we had seen that today how when there is a drought or extreme weather, like a drought is there or extreme weather is there, because of that agriculture output is reducing. In that case, particularly the urban areas, women and the girls has to actually are suffering more, because many times what happened during the drought, the main bread earner, he may migrate to cities to get some job, and the family is left themselves to actually, to look after themselves. So as a head of the family, ladies are suffering more, and many times to fetch in the morning also people are saying to fetch water or food or firewood, etc. They have to move a lot of distance, and whenever there is a more extreme kind of weather occurs, they will have to work more hard actually than normally happening. And the important thing is that now we are looking for climate change is happening and more extreme weather events are occurring. So therefore, currently it is becoming more harder of that. And as a result, they are also suffered by, domestic violence or sexual harassment. All these are coming. So that is why you might have seen that government, whatever policies when they take, particularly in the urban area, you may be seeing that money is transferred directly to the women's account. People are encouraged to start their account and money is being transferred, because they know that by reaching this money to the women, actually entire family is taken care. Whereas, by men, they may be having a drinking or other, they may not, that money will not be maximum utilized. Similarly, Ujjwala scheme, where gas connection is given, so that they need not to, go far away to bring firewoods and take care of them, reaching water into up to their home, or like that. Whatever the policies government is taken, you will see that it is a mainly women centric policies are being done, and weather has got a very important aspect, though there are many other aspects will come, particularly in each region. Depending on each region, the vulnerability may be different. Like that in the morning people are saying, like a state like Kerala, you may have got higher education, all the facility may be there, but in some other places the vulnerability may be because of the different condition, different because of natural resources, lack of natural resources, etc., or impact more on livelihood and life. So that all will depend. That actually, along with the weather, other aspect also will decide how the government decides on this act.
I would like to now pose a question to Mrs. Stella. She's heading the MC Amaravati in Andhra Pradesh. As we all know, Andhra Pradesh is a state which is frequently affected by cyclonic storms. And as an operational weather forecaster, she frequently briefs the media about the hazards of such adverse weather. So I'd like to ask you how the state government has been effective in taking the information or disseminating the information to the masses about adverse weather, And what are the policies which you have come across implemented by the government for the people in managing disasters?
Yeah, first of all, see, whenever we have, nowadays, as all the speakers said, we are giving very good forecast and it is being appreciated by all. And the timely forecast and accurate forecast. So well in advance when you are disseminating, and first one is the AP SDMA. SDMA through SDMAs also, and through common alert protocol, and through WhatsApp messages. We have a lot of WhatsApp groups, say farmers group, through AMFU's group, KVK's group. So in that, some lakhs and lakhs of farmers, fishermen group we have, like that. And then all the district fisheries officers are there, district agriculture officers are there. So almost all the department, no department is left out. So through all the departments, we have been sending through mails and WhatsApp. So even railways. So recently, in the recent cyclones and all, 144 trains were cancelled just because well in advance we have given the forecast, and at the same time airports also. So they have taken the mitigation plan or the preparations well in advance based on our forecast, IMD's forecast. So that is one thing. And regarding the other, and well in advance, they are taking during the cyclones and all, immediately SDMA, they arrange for the NDRF and SDRF teams and evacuation, all done in time, well in advance. And that is why, that is the reason why that is zero death. So that appreciation really goes for IMD. In several meetings, they always appreciate IMD. So that is one thing. And second thing, regarding the policies that we had asked. So in a lot of speakers in the morning, they were telling a lot of schemes and policies that government has introduced, especially for the women. And one thing is the self-help group. That is really wonderful thing. Like sir also said, directly the amount goes to the account of the that lady or the family, not the family head, not the man. So properly the money is used. And another one is drone Didi. That is a very effective one in Andhra Pradesh, I would say, because previously 108 drones, already it is there in Andhra Pradesh. And now again 90 drones are being purchased this year, 24-25. And especially this is being handled by women self-help group head. So she's basically some 10 standard. The minimum criteria is 10 standard, so that she will handle. And she will in turn give to the men who is asking for rent to run the drone, and with her help she herself will operate the drone, and for crop protection, land protection, and then during the cyclones, and then for seeding, seedings also sprayed, and then during spraying of seeds, pesticides, fertilizers, these are all done by only through drones. That is very easy also, and very not time consuming, very less time they can do a lot of job. So that laborious thing is also curtailed. So in that way, she's earning the other head also, and she's having more empowerment. So in that way, I really appreciate that. And Andhra Pradesh, as you all know, in technology wise, they are in forefront, I would say. So they are well. All the schemes and policies they are really adopting and then doing well.
And recently, I had also noticed the transformation the city or the state has done. In Tamil Nadu, there never used to be any messages when a thunderstorm activity is going to occur. But when I had gone to Visakhapatnam recently, there was an alert from the SMS alert. Then I read, see, there is going to be a thunderstorm activity. I was telling the call taxi driver, "Ha, madam, he was speaking in Telugu. Ha, madam, ikkarto vastundi eppudu alaga," he said. So I was really surprised and happy that such warning messages are given by the state. Now, most of the states are following, but I felt it first in Andhra Pradesh. Now, one more you wanted to say,
Yeah.
now the income which the self-help groups get through the policies.
No, weather-based, especially the farming communities, because we send the forecast through the farmers group, in turn AMFU. See, during the cyclone, some crores of messages have been reached, some few lakhs of nearly 26 to 30 lakhs people were targeted. Only through mobile, registered mobile, all through, of course, through AP, SDMA is also going, through IMD is also going, through common alert protocol, through WhatsApp group. So maximum we try to reach the people through WhatsApp and common alert protocol. So that is really very much helpful, and people are really benefited. And so many farmers, personally, they used to call me also, call our office also, and then in turn, without any hesitation, we always say, whether they have to. Many of the times they will ask whether we can go for harvesting. Any cyclone is coming, any rain is going to come. We are going to go for forecast. We are going to go for spraying the seeds. Can we take up? So this sort of things and all we answer very well, and then media people also. So in as many ways, we reach the people, and that really people are benefited so much, I would say.
Good to hear that. Coming from farming to how the government has implemented the policies in an effective manner, an example state of perhaps Andhra Pradesh could be taken as. I would like to ask Mrs. Garima Sharma about how, again, women-centric policies and how this air pollution, particularly in your presentation, you said particulate matter 10 is one of the major concerns. How does it affect women? And naturally, it's part of a policy of the government to control such emissions. What are the policies?
The air quality episode that I was referring to, 2016, it was a watershed movement, I must say, in the history of air quality in the country. It was an extremely unfavorable weather event on that day, along with other factors, of course. And that led to almost complete blackout for 3 days in Delhi. And out of this episode came out various government policies. And the first one was development of graded response action plan. और आज भी जो ग्रैप है जब इम्प्लीमेंट होता है या इन्वोक होता है कमीशन के द्वारा CAQM के द्वारा, तो उसमें IMT और IITM की जो हमारे अलर्ट्स हैं जो हमारे पास फोरकास्ट आते हैं उसी के बेसिस पर उसको इन्वोक करके पूरे NCR में उसके एक्शंस को इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाता है और पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड्स उसको इन्फोर्स करते हैं. ये तो एक एग्जांपल हुआ where GRAP was implemented. Second was after this episode, this national clean air program was implemented in the country. और जिसके अंदर 130 cities जिनमें exceeding pollution levels थे या बहुत population density areas थे वो उनके लिए special planning की गई. So all the pollution control boards and local bodies, they came together, they sat together under the guidance of pollution control board and the air quality experts in the country. Sources को identify किया गया हर city के. Common sources होते हैं normally air pollution की, but sources were identified. क्या-क्या solution हो सकते हैं उस region के specific. उन solutions को identify किया गया और उसके साथ agency को कि कल ऐसा ना हो कि आपका काम है ये मेरा काम है. So they identified the agency and they gave it a time target. So some are short time measures, so they had to implement within 6 days, 6 weeks or 6 months, and some were long-term measures. जैसे कि आपको जो है road dust resuspension खत्म करना है, so you have to completely concretize the whole patch of this area. And I'm happy to report, as I presented in my slides also, that 130 में से 95 cities have shown improvement for particulate matter in the country. और जब air quality improvement दिखाती है, so it is good for the vulnerable groups also. So हमारे जो women हैं, हमारे marginalized society में less fortunate sisters हैं, ये सब पे जो है इसका एक cascading effect will come to everybody and the kids also and elderly also.
Any studies on how the situation has improved about health aspect of women?
Ma'am, right now, I could not present actually because of paucity of time. So we have had health studies in regarding particulate matter. जो episodic pollution होता है हमारा, especially during Diwali. So I was involved in that study for with Maulana Azad Medical College, and what we found was that episodal थोड़े हमारे छोटे patches में जो होते हैं, the results are not statistically significant for health effects. उसके long term effects study किए जाते हैं, and ये तो proven है that particulate matter is a pollutant of concern, and we all have to take steps. जो NCAP में हमारे targeted action में भी आता है. That's why there's only one parameter there, particulate matter in the country.
Thank you. Dr. Indra, you're from NCMRWF. Any modeling studies on pollution, or how, according to the government policies, how to reach out to the general public in curbing such pollution activities?
Yeah, actually, we are running that DMCOM, that is Delhi model. So that is based on means the DMCOM is run only during the winter season. That is the 330-meter model. That is the highest resolution model. It is run in the world. So then that like she was telling that those outputs that we are transferring to IMD, and from IMD that our pollution control board, they are also getting those information. And we do validate our model forecast, how it is matching with the observation. So that exercise we do. So we have the observations like PM10 and PM2.5, all those observation and other aerosol means observations. So then what we found is that our model forecast, the trend is there. So, but the magnitude, it may not be matching, but the model is showing the correct trend in that one. And we did a lot of what is that advancement in the modeling, like that our modeling group that they have included the irrigation part, means irrigation in the model, and what is the land use, land cover, because whatever the models we are using, the land LULC, the land use, land cover data is the US data. So means that data doesn't represent our terrain or our land use, vegetation, all those things. So what we are doing, it is through collaboration. So we are collaborating with ISRO, NRSC, and we got the high resolution data from NRSC, and we implemented that data in our model. And we found that when we use the what is the local data, that is the Indian data, that the correct land use, land cover, high resolution data, whatever the forecast we are getting, that is better matching with the observed value. And whatever the forecast we are getting, many of the IMD forecasters that they are appreciating that the forecast given by NCMRWF is better matching, and accordingly, I think they are also using their thing. And also, I want to suggest one more thing, that we are telling about the policy making. So if you are talking about the policy making, that popularizing this, that meteorological science or atmospheric science, oceanic science, whatever the allied science, so that we can do better from that younger generation. That means it is from school. So I have my experience. My son, he used to play football in the evening, and every day he asked me, Amma, today whether it rains or not. Then I showed our website to him. You see here, then you will come to know whether it rain or not, like that. So then some 1 week, 2 weeks, he asked me. Then after that, he started seeing his own. And means if he can see, other kids also can see. And in his school also, that they know me that I'm working in this department. And sometimes his teachers also text me that whether it rains or not, like that. And they are very happy that I am from this field and my kid is studying in that school, like that. And one more thing they were asking in, Dr. Nita was telling that in Kerala, many of the, means I am also from Kerala, and most of the women are empowered, that there is no problem in that one. There is equality, equity, everything is there. And in many of the schools in Kerala, they have AWS. So the children, they get the feeling that what is the temperature, and AWS and ARG, this, what is the wind and what is the humidity, those things. So they are getting experience what is the weather parameters. And from here that my son's school also, that principal is from Kerala. And one day he asked me, Madam, is it possible to get a AWS in our school? So maybe IMD can think that that under Mission Mausam, we are planning many AWS. So if it is possible to means install AWS in many of the schools and colleges, so the kids also will get the that experience, that how the weather is changing, and they can plot and see that today how the diurnal variation, all those things. That also maybe we can think about the policy making kind of thing. And then maybe MOEs can collaborate with NCRT or SCRT, and we can include all the meteorological and allied science in the syllabus as well. So that will help, and that will encourage more kids towards this field. That's my suggestion.
Yes, because we are running short of time, I'm limiting to one question each to the panel members, and devoting a few minutes to the audience to raise questions to the panelists.
I think there was a program in which IMD is going to put AWS in schools. They initiated some 1-2 years back.
Kendriya Vidyalaya project.
Kendriya
initiated.
Vidyalaya, yeah. So Dr. Mahapatra will be able to say more on that, how far it has gone.
Yeah, the policy it has been accepted and is the process of procurement for establishing the schools. So around 100 schools we have planned for. Yeah.
Actually, they had given us some numbers. They had given us some numbers for each state. A few years back, we had identified some sites, some schools where exposure is good, because schools generally have, not many schools have adequate space as per meteorological exposure conditions. So we had to shortlist a few skills, but then the project, maybe it will take off in Mission Monsoon project.
Discuss that. How would that ground picture and all this?
Like I have always felt this way, and I would like to also suggest today that everything is not possible by IMD or NCMWF, but we have a society, India Met Society. Now we have a society, SAMA, SAFOM. These societies can take up this work of educating schools, school children, going to them. And as you told about the websites, about the products, about AWS. So we should collaborate with our societies and ask them to do this role for us, because societies, like, we have more people and they'll be able to like fulfill it, because our we may not be with our limited staff and with our the kind of already existing operational duties. So we can do that. We can ask IMS to do this work for us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, it's not that there is no information. In fact, there is an excess of information. You will see that there is no lack of information. People are confused. Many times what happened, you will see that this information, satellite and other, many people in social media interpret correctly and wrongly, and people get confused. Okay, so that is where the problem is that, many times people are telling that there is no smartphone, and it's not like that. Information is reaching a lot, but now a problem is that which is to be believed. It is not only about weather, about anything. Even if you will see that about medicine, they have got hundreds of medicines are coming. How to believe? Now, some people get afraid sometimes so much. So we have to be very careful about, when that's it. And satellite picture, many people, and also depends on students' interest. They have got so many other aspects to be discussed, sports and other things. So unless they are really interested in weather related thing, you cannot force them. And similarly, that AWS in putting into schools. So you have got thousands of schools. You may not be able to put everywhere. It is also essential, to have a low cost, developing a low cost AWS, because it's not that with a good exposure condition every time you will have a access to that. There is what students may need is that they can play with taking observation and see that. So there can be low cost which can be kept in the lab and they can work. So we have to also think about the size.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to come to the topic. The topic is that what could be the weather services which is women centric. At present, IMD does not issue any specific information with respect to women and their activities. So can we start any such specific bulletin informations considering the impact of pollutions, consider the impact of the hazards, consider the impact of day-to-day parameters, or maybe the heat wave, cold wave, cyclones, thunderstorms, everywhere. There is a specific relationship with the physiological response of the women. There is a specific relationship with the working women in the government and non-government sectors. There's a specific relationship with the daily laborers and below poverty line working women, and also the housewives or the family making women across the country. So let us, what is your proposal? I specifically ask all our women scientists present here, what is your proposal? Can you do it as an example, certain specific information dedicated to the women for their activities?
It'll be any panelists, do you have any suggestion on that?
Actually, in today, Tara madam's presentation, she showed that if the temperature is above 32 degree, so that our body adjustment is not possible. It is not gender dependent, but still it is more vulnerable to women. So maybe we can think that if the temperature is above 32 degree, so the women and maybe in the middle-aged women, those who are in the menopause, all those things, they have to be careful. So they have to be inside home or don't go out something. If they are going out, they have to take proper protection kind of thing. Those kind of information maybe we can give. And similarly, like she was telling in her presentation, the pregnant woman. So if it is temperature is above this one, and again the cold wave also. So this is the range that we can tell that if it temperature is above 32 degree, then in the IMD warning that that women particularly of this age group and this group, then children. So they should be means careful and they should be protected, and maybe they should avoid going out during these peak hours kind of thing.
No, but I think these kind of advisories have to be issued in collaboration with health.
Yes.
See,
Yeah.
we do not know what is good or bad for a pregnant woman or a menopausal woman, or so this has to be in collaboration with health department. So yeah, so we already in CRS Pune we have some health advisories. So this can be taken up, like once you are issuing some health advisories for a particular sector, you can also have for women, but then you have to have a talk with the health ministry, like what is that which is important and we should be targeting to. So we can't take up that on our own. That's what I
should be interministerial collaboration kind
exactly.
But I have one point here, ma'am. So CPCB, we already issue health statements based on our AQI categories, and we do it for vulnerable population. And it is in public domain, and people refer to it, sensitive population, and for everybody. And there, what we did was we did not refer it to Ministry of Health. In fact, we had a group of experts comprising eminent doctors and even the economists and social scientists, part of that group. And then it was submitted to our ministry for their approval. And it was actually launched by Honorable Prime Minister in April 2016, as I remember. So this already we have, and there's a procedure also that we followed for that. So we mention it as vulnerable and sensitive groups. So pregnant women, elderly, kids, and asthmatic people.
Just I would like to substantiate, that's all. As all the other panelists said, we can start giving some few advisories. Already we are giving an impact-based forecast, especially during cyclone or heat waves for elderly women, pregnant women, elderly ones and all. But as sir said, now we can start issuing, especially during heat wave conditions and cyclone. And then one more thing is we have to go for more of awareness, I feel. Like all the other, morning we have, like other stakeholders, we can conduct some awareness program, especially in the villages. Of course, directly we cannot go and do, especially through the DOCRA groups or the women self-help group. We can add in some, make a WhatsApp group that I feel that is more effective because we can reach more people. And then through that self-help group, they will in turn, they will pass on to the other, their own each group they have in each villages. So like that, we can cover more of leaders, and then one time with the weather also, with the health point of view also, we can cover, those aspects, I feel so.
So to put it as a summary, there is still a lot of more learnings to go by collaborative efforts with interdepartmental and interministerial activities. Jointly, IMD will continue such efforts, and we will work towards giving better forecasts and better inputs to the public so that the last mile connectivity is properly ensured. Any other recommendations would you like to suggest, panelists? Okay. I thank each and every one of you for your contributions and for the patient listening. Thanking our DGM sir for giving us this opportunity to come here and meet so many enthusiastic women scientists. has been an energy booster for all of us by interacting with each and every one of the women friends. Thank you, sir, for making this possible. Thank you all. Thanking all the panelists for sharing their expertise so that we all enrich our knowledge. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am and sir, for this enriching panel discussion. Now I request DGM sir and Ranju Madam ma'am to kindly felicitate our panelists. Dr. D.S. Pai. Mrs. S. Taylor. Moderator of this session, Dr. Mrs. B. Amudha.
I would like DJ sir to show the gratitude to our repertoires also. They have listened very carefully and sir इनका अभी ले ले repertoires के नाम ले
Repertoires.
नीति
Shrimati Niti Singh. Shrimati Monica Sharma, Shrimati Arpita Rastogi, and Dr. Lata Vishnoy. अच्छा सेकेंड में जाएंगे ओके
because they have made a good note for us. Yeah.
You can find all.
Speaking together. एक वो आ रही है नीति मैम Before we close the event, Ranju ma'am is here to say something.
सर एक मिनट मुझे बोलने दो सर मैं तो कर रही हूँ ना अभी छोड़ो मैं तो कर ही रही हूँ So before we conclude this event, actually I want to thank the men also. We have been thanking the women only, but there are men also who have helped us, who are mentoring the females in the office also, helping at home also. And then especially I want to mention the names of Devendra, Manjeet, Bhavish, the three men who have helped us a lot for planning and execution of this event very successfully. Thank you.
It is one day
Now,
for
I
women
would
and
request TGM sir to facilitate.
364
Thank you,
days
Madam.
for men. So you need not thank them. You see, it's one day for women. And rest of the days are for men. So it's not necessary.
Thank you, sir. अरे नहीं
Soma.
Yes, first we will call Dr. Soma Saintoy. No, ma'am, you have to come. Please, please. Yeah, come, please.
Sarita Gupta for organizing the entire event and doing a very good comparing. And she is standing since morning. Sir, there are three more persons who have helped us a lot. Tanika, Akansha, Anjali.
Akansha. And Anjali. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Life does not require that we be the best, only that we try our best. So let's try our best for success. Try to be as efficient as possible. The end of the story is the new beginning of many others. On this note, let's conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable national workshop on weather and women. Before you venture out in cold weather of Delhi, let's enjoy a cup of hot tea. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank.
बंद कर देते है ना और क्या करें